Hi guys, welcome back from Moonday Tarot. I was gifted these really lovely candles by Rel. This one has my name on it, and it smells delicious. They're so good. They smell really strongly, but not perfumey, which is what I asked for, so I'm really happy about that. Thank you, Rel. What's up, Gordy? Hey. Hey. These rotational planets around these parts, we got high standards. Seeking the truth, wisdom at once. All right. Coming from the stars above. This is Moonday Tarot, the one and only Hilly Volcana. I hope you're ready for some giggles, and of course, we hope you got some wiggles. Hey J-Lo, good to see you, girl. Cosmic wisdom of ancestral understandings. Moonday Tarot. Bitch, it's Moonday Tarot. Okay, my friends, let's get going. All right, it's Monday. We're back. Oh, what is up? How's it going, my man? All right, I need to make a slight adjustment here. I'm doing some funky lean here. Okay, perfect. All right, what's up? Hey, happy Monday. Good to be back. Good to see you guys. Yeah, so sorry about that unplanned break there. I ended up just needing to really take care of my home life a little bit. So have done that, have just moved. Blank wall behind me. Hopefully won't be blank forever, but one thing at a time. Gotta find places for all your things first before you can start doing the decorating, you know what I mean? Yeah, so eclipse season. Wow, what a shit show. What a shit show. Who knew holy war declared on a solar eclipse? Who would have called that one? I saved that picture. Hold up. My gosh. Where did I save that? Oh, I sent it. Put it into my saved chat folder. Anyway, it doesn't matter. There it is. Nope, didn't put it there. Oh, that's embarrassing. Okay, never mind. I did save it somewhere, but clearly not in a very accessible place. Regardless, stuff happening and popping off, specifically related to war in the week leading up to a solar eclipse. Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't even really know what to say about that really at this point, other than just the fact that atrocities on both sides and the media playing games with people, trying to emotionally manipulate you into picking a side is really fucked up. So we'll just leave it at that. Okay, so we're in this middle of the eclipse window, right? We had the solar eclipse in Libra, which was, by the way, 2 degrees away from Israel's birth chart ascendant, which is wild. And this week we have the lunar eclipse. So eclipses always come in pairs, right? It's a new moon and a full moon. Sometimes it is full moon then new moon. Sometimes it is new moon then full moon. Kind of just depends on where it's falling in relation to the nodes, right? So anyway, this particular time it's new moon then full moon. So new moon is a solar eclipse. Solar eclipse is always a new moon. The full moon is the lunar eclipse. That's what we're about to have this week. That 2-week period in between eclipses is always really intense. There's always a significant amount of stuff that happens in that 2 weeks. It can be a little bit stressful. Also, what's up? Hey, we be vibing. I'm back. I had to move. I had to move and get my life sorted. Also related to the eclipses, not gonna lie. I can go into that if you guys really want me to, but I don't need to. So anyway, we're in this liminal space right now this space in between eclipses where we just had some really crazy events pop off on the global stage, and I'm sure in some of your lives it probably corresponded to some personal shifts, especially if you happen to have a cardinal sign rising. So that would be Aries rising, Cancer rising, Libra rising, or Capricorn rising. Um, and not necessarily, not all of the time. Sometimes eclipses harbor great changes, right? Sometimes it comes with some crisis events, sometimes not. Not always. It really depends on where you are in life, your own personal chart, and whether the eclipse is right on top of any of your personal planets, especially, or an angle. So, for Israel, I guess since it's just such a good example, I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up because we have a timed chart. That's really the most the the best part about mundane astrology is when you have a specifically timed chart and you know exactly the moment when a particular nation became a nation, or switched rulers or something like that. So let me just bring it up here because it's kind of interesting. So I'll bring this page up first. So this is from astro.com. They have a really nice astro databank. This is specifically on Israel. And so we've got a date and we've got a time and a location. So that's all you need for to create a birth chart, all right? So it says here, I'll just read a little bit of this first paragraph. Israel as a nation began with a war of independence. On the 15th of May, the day after the United Nations created the state of Israel, Israel was attacked by Egypt, Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, and Jordan. Like, holy fuck. A 15-month battle for independence ensued. It was followed by the Suez Crisis of 1956, blah, 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 blah. So what I really like about this website is it's not biased. The whole point of the data bank is to just give you some facts. Like, here's a little bit of the events that led up to this or were right after this moment. And here is the timing for either this person's birth, because obviously there are a lot of celebrities and politicians and stuff in the database, but also there's some nations like Israel. So I brought up the chart itself. This is it. Let me make this bigger for you guys. Now, unfortunately, we don't have a time chart for Palestine, which if you really wanted to do a deep dive into how the astrology is affecting both sides, you would need, ideally, a chart for Palestine as well. But yeah, let's save that for a minute. Okay, so Israel's a nation with a 4 p.m. birth time gives them an ascendant of 23 degrees Libra. And if you caught anybody else's streams on the eclipse, you will know that the eclipse was at 21 degrees of Libra. So it was literally 2 degrees away from their ascendant. So when you have an eclipse happen in this first 7th house axis, whether you're a person, whether you're a nation, doesn't really matter. It harbors some really some big events. Okay, let's just get that clear. It's not always some huge crisis like an invasion or whatever, but it does make for some really intense changes in your life. Okay, when it is that close to an angle, the angle being the ascendant, descendant, MC or IC, or from the traditional astrology perspective, first house, 7th house, 4th house, 10th house. It's even more significant, right? So other examples of this would be if you had an eclipse on your birthday, right? So if you had an eclipse and it happens to fall right on your birthday, well, then you would have an eclipse on your sun. That is a significant year for sure. If you have an eclipse on your moon, significant year, definitely. Other planets, it can harbor some pretty big changes, of course, but the biggest ones are definitely the luminaries and the angles for sure. So definitely some interesting stuff. Definitely some interesting stuff. So I'm just going to go back into this for a second. So, oh man, I don't even know what to say about this right now. I really didn't prepare stuff about this chart in particular, other than just to look up like, wow, okay, that really did fall right on an angle for them. That's wild. I believe, and the nodes are right on the angle as well. I believe Spica is right there as well. Spica is of the constellation of the Priestess or the Virgin, the constellation that you guys know as Virgo, and it's right on the chaff of wheat. Right, it's the fruit, the child of the priestess or the fruit of the priestess. So some more interesting symbolism to dive into. But anyway, for everybody else that isn't Israel, whatever house Libra fell into, that's what house is being activated for you. So I don't want you guys to look at global events and just assume that it's catastrophe every single time. There's an extremely long history in this region, right, of war, essentially. Yeah, it's helpful. It's really helpful. Anyway, there's an extremely long history of war in this region, right? Unless you have personally a really long history of war yourself. And there's some other factors, of course. Don't expect catastrophe or crisis every single eclipse season, okay? Sometimes it can be something really simple as, say, for example, for a Capricorn rising, this is what happened to me. I needed to pay attention to my fourth house. And in order to do that, I needed to quit a job or leave a position, and took a little bit of a hit a little bit of a hit in publicity essentially for the time while I was paying attention to the fourth house stuff. So in a sense, I just want to bring up a visual for you guys. So in a sense, my 10th house experienced the eclipse, right? So my public image and my career experienced a bit of an eclipse while I was paying attention to other things. It's not a bad thing. It just means that there's a pivot that needs to take place, right? Something needs to change. Okay, so anyway, let us bring up this lunar eclipse coming up, because that's really what I wanted to talk about today. So lunar eclipse. Alrighty. So the timing of this particular chart, this is set for my local time. So essentially, at the moment of the eclipse, the lunar eclipse, which will be on the 28th, so Saturday, North America won't see it. All right, the Americas won't see it because it'll be midday. However, Australia, the Asias, you guys, you will see it. So that's kind of just how it is. We don't get to witness it with our eyes this time, but that's okay. The last lunar eclipse in Taurus, November 2022, we did see. So we got one, okay? Can't have them all. All right, so I'm just going to actually change the house system of this real quick, and then I want to talk about it. Hold on. Also, happy birthday, Scorpio. The branch is a Scorpio. Happy birthday, buddy. I know that's coming up. Also, shout out to Gemini Brett. It was just his birthday. Okay. So, what makes a lunar eclipse? Well, first you have to have the sun close enough to a node so that when the moon goes opposite the sun or into the sun, effectively, the path of the moon intersects with the path of the sun in such a way that we see them as crossing directly over top of each other. Or we come in between them perfectly so that the light of the sun does not make it to the moon and we block out the light of the sun from hitting the moon. It's fascinating. It's really fascinating to watch. So I hope that you guys get a chance to witness a solar or a lunar eclipse. They're really interesting. Also, shout out to Logan. I don't know if you're here yet, buddy, but Logan got some really cool footage of the solar eclipse that just occurred. It happened to be completely overcast where I am, so I didn't get to see it. But then Logan came through. Yeah, grateful for that guy. All right, so the sun is making its way into Scorpio. That's where we are now. And as soon as that happens, right on 5 degrees, we have the full moon, which is the lunar eclipse. Now, a couple of things. Co-present, all right, in the same sign as the sun, we have Mars and we have Mercury. Mercury's just completed a pass around behind the back of the sun and is currently coming out from behind the sun. We can't see him yet, though. He's only 5 degrees away. So Mercury's currently in this transition from morning star to evening star. So within the next week or so, you should be able to begin to see Mercury in the evening sky, which is kind of cool. But right now, he's invisible. Okay, so Mercury, the symbolism of this is that there's like secret advisors, right? Mercury often plays the role of a friend or an advisor or someone that informs. But in this case, the symbolism is that he's invisible. So from the shadows, or it's secretive, especially Scorpio, it's hidden. Okay, but he's almost exactly conjunct Mars. Right, they're not quite on the same degree, but they're really close. So I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see that better. Mercury's at 10. Mars is at 11. Okay, so they're really close. You could say that this is like, since we're kind of on the theme of war and we are talking about Mars, this is like, and because both of these planets are invisible, this is almost like a secret meeting, right? Between, Mars would symbolize like the soldiers or the units or something along those lines. Not a general. The general would actually be Jupiter. But there's like a secretive meeting occurring at the time of the eclipse, okay, with the sun. The sun is always symbolic of a leader, all right? The leader, the king, the sovereign, basically. Okay, so bam, here's the moon down here, but the moon is with Jupiter. Now, what they say in ancient texts is that when Jupiter is co-present with an eclipse, it dampens, softens, or otherwise helps the eclipse to not be so negative, okay? Because eclipse symbolism throughout history has always been fairly negative. It's not always that way, but often. It often is. It brings about great changes. Very important leaders are often born in and around eclipse season. Major changes to nations occur around eclipse season. And something actually that I forgot to mention about Iran's chart is that the sun is 9 degrees away from the node. That means, here's the moon just traveled from here to here. That means that Iran was created as a nation only maybe 5 days after a solar eclipse. So just putting that out there. Important events happen around eclipses. Anyway, but Jupiter being here means that the eclipse's effects won't be as negative. It won't be as intense, right? There's something about Jupiter, even though he's retrograde, yes, there's something about Jupiter being here that helps to make it so that whatever the event is, and we can talk about what house Taurus is in a minute for you personally, whatever the event is, whatever the completion is, right? Because it's a full moon, so something is culminating, something's manifesting. Jupiter is here to assist, to make sure that the highest form of whatever it is can occur. Now, Jupiter is retrograde. That does kind of make it almost, nothing can happen to Jupiter to make it be seen as a so-called negative influence, all right? Even though it's retrograde, it just means that there's something here about needing to surrender to the flow of the divine, right? I've been thinking of new ways or just alternate ways of looking at retrogrades. And if you view the planet's direct motion as exerting its own will, then the retrograde motion is actually just going with divine will and going in the same flow as divine order, which often is against or not what our ego necessarily wants. Okay. But it's about surrendering to a higher purpose, right? To a higher power. So Jupiter's presence here is definitely helping, but with Uranus as well, it's not necessarily going to be. It's not all peaches and cream. It's not all roses all the time, right? But definitely helpful. So thank goodness. Um, Now, the next step that we do is okay, we've looked at Taurus, we've looked at Scorpio, we've seen what's going on in those signs, and it's a lot. It's like one stellium versus another stellium. It's kind of crazy. The next step is where's Venus? What is Venus doing? Well, Venus is in Virgo up here. Now, unfortunately, this means that Venus doesn't help very much with the eclipse. She can still see it. She's trying it, so that's helpful. So that's like another point in the win category, basically. And she is actually in her own decan, which also really helps. The middle decan is the Nine of Pentacles, so that's Venus's decan. So that's helpful. So it's almost like she has, from within, her own set of resources. So if you have a planet in your own chart that's considered to be debilitated or in fall, it isn't necessarily like the end of the world. What it just means is that you have to rely more on yourself rather than on the people around you. Venus in her own decan is almost like she's got a special skill set or something that she's created from within herself through her own willpower that it essentially is allowing her to help in the situation, basically. So it's not all roses, but it's not all bad either, right? It's kind of a mixed bag, which honestly, most of astrology is that way. It's a little bit of a mixed bag. Hey, what's up, Logan? I just mentioned you. Polymathing. Hey, hi. Bull gang, that's right. What's up? Yeah, Aussie, shut out. Yeah, so you should be able to see the lunar eclipse, Anthony. Yep. Okay, so anyway, like I was saying, it's not all roses, but it's not all crisis and chaos either at the same time. There's something here about there being like divine opportunities and just it's for a bigger purpose, something to do with this lunar eclipse, okay? So it looks a bit chaotic, but don't panic. So if I go here, this website, by the way, is one of my favorites for looking up eclipse stuff. It's called moonblink.info, moonblink.info. So if you go there, I'll show you. Dun, 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 dun. Moonblink.info. Go here and click on this Hermit Eclipse. You can click on the text or the picture, whatever, and it'll tell you, hey, the next lunar eclipse is coming up. Here's the date. On the website setting itself, you can actually set your time zone. Right now, it's just set to default, but you can change that to your time zone, and it'll tell you when the eclipse is occurring in your time zone, which is really helpful. But anyway, really cool. Check it out. Open it up. It'll tell you when it starts, when the maximum is, blah, 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 and then it'll show you where it'll be visible. So this is probably my favorite part of the site is this little map here where it's like, hey, you can see it here, 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 and here, but not over here. So this is where I am right now, right in the dark area. So I won't be able to see it, but the western side of Australia, you guys will see a partial eclipse. The eastern side of Australia, you'll see a very small partial eclipse, but you will be able to catch it. All of this area, they all get to see it. All of Africa, all of Asia, all of Europe, blah, blah, blah. They get to see it. If you go to the solar eclipse that we just had, this is a cool map too. It shows you the path of totality. So, anyway, really sweet, very handy website. Really nice for just looking up like, hey, am I going to even be able to see this eclipse and what time is it at and all that stuff. It also shows you info about the Saros series. By the way, this is not a sponsored review, just I really like this website. So yeah, they show you the last eclipses that were in the same Saros series, which is really fascinating. And you can go down infinite rabbit holes with eclipses. So I'm just going to close that and go back. Go back before we're lost. All right. Okay. So that's the lunar eclipse. Now why is this one significant? This one is significant because this is the last eclipse in the Taurus Scorpio axis. There are no more Taurus lunar eclipses, no more Taurus solar eclipses after this. This is it. So this is very much like closing a chapter. So the last year, we've been talking a lot about the Taurus Scorpio axis, right? It's been highlighted for quite some time in your charts. By now, you should have a really good understanding of what this area is all about and what kind of changes were occurring in there. So this lunar eclipse is really just like kind of wrapping it all up, right? Wrapping it all up, putting it in a nice little bow and moving on. So it's, yeah, I did. Yeah, I totally summoned you. That's so funny. Yeah, I was talking about your eclipse footage. Your beautiful, beautiful eclipse footage. I wonder if I can pull it up quickly. I don't know. No, actually, what's your YouTube? Type your YouTube in the comments, Logan. Okay, so lunar eclipse. Good times. Let's go through house by house, rising sign by rising sign, and just talk about one last time, really, what this axis is all about and what this lunar eclipse could potentially bring for you. Na 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 na. What am I doing here? This is what I want. It's been so long, I forgot what I was doing. That's funny. Logan Cook. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, so Logan is an what would I call you? An what is the term? An amateur star photographer. An amateur astro photographer, videographer. I'm not sure. I don't know what the term is, but anyway, it's stellar stuff. Ha, literally. Okay. Okay, you guys know the deal. Just to reiterate, for those of you that are popping in new, my name's Kaylee. Hey, how's it going? I'm studying to be a Hellenistic astrologer, but I'm only in the technically the first official year of that studying. I've been doing astrology for a little bit, but as I go through and go sign by sign, I am mostly talking about things from the perspective of a rising sign. If you don't know what your rising sign is, you can go by your sun or your moon sign, but try to find a birth time if you can't. It makes things much easier for astrologers and we could be way more accurate with your chart. But anyway, going by rising sign, it'll be a lot more accurate if you listen for your rising sign. But if you are, say, someone like Stacy, when she pops in, she has a huge pileup of planets in one sign, and when we go over that sign, it often resonates with her as well. So it's okay to mix and match a little bit, but rising sign will be most accurate. Now, I'm using tropical astrology, so this is from the tropical perspective. Hey, Jess. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all I gotta say. Oh, one more thing before we get started. I have launched a little bit of a discount code for Scorpio season. Just type in Scorpio 15 when you go to book a service. It will apply to first time natal chart readings, return journeys for anybody that's coming back for a transit or a transit reading or birthday reading or whatever, or a private tarot reading. So you can use that, and I'll just type in the code here. I like to keep them simple. Scorpio 15. So that will be good for the entirety of Scorpio season. So until the sun leaves Scorpio, you can use that to book with me. All right. Oh, sick. Yes. Oh, hey Eric. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, that's awesome. I That was one of my favorites of the series that I did. So, good to hear that it's holding up well. That's good to hear. Please tell me if it doesn't, because I need to change things if it does. Okay. All right, my friends, let's get going here. So Pisces. Okay, so Pisces. This is what we're looking at. All right. So eclipse season started with a solar eclipse in your 8th house. Rough, not gonna lie, a little bit rough. The 8th house talks about things like our fear of death and impermanence and all of those lovely topics where we build up a lot of anxiety around worrying about. Um, but that said, an eclipse in your 8th house doesn't necessarily always affect you. Sometimes you can see it play out as things happening to your spouse or your partner or business partners and their resources. So just keep that in mind, right? The 8th house doesn't mean like, oh, an eclipse in the 8th house, I'm gonna die. No, 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 no. No, no, no. It's not that simple. Um, Good times, right? Okay. So, but the seed that was planted though for the beginning of eclipse season, the seed that was planted was in the 8th house. You could see. No, I'm gonna leave it at that. So, with the lunar eclipse happening in Taurus. Oh, my window froze. Okay, with the lunar eclipse happening in Taurus, this is your 3rd house. So, 3rd house themes for, okay, so actually for starters, before I even go off with that, there's a system in ancient astrology whereby the planets will rejoice in certain houses. It's like once they reach that house, it's their favorite place to be. The 3rd house happens to be the joy of the moon. So lucky for you, Pisces, you're the only sign that gets to experience an eclipse with the moon in its house that it rejoices in, and the sun actually in the house that it rejoices in. The 9th house is the sun's house to rejoice. So that's kind of neat. Kind of a neat little aside there. So third house lunar eclipse. So this whole series of eclipses on this axis has been really activating things like your belief in higher powers and your curiosity into the way that things work or how things work on a bigger scale. If you have been diving into and exploring a religion or a foreign culture or even just an older culture that might be foreign to you now, but maybe it was actually your ancestors' culture or something like that, I wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised because there's been eclipses in this axis. The 3rd house lunar eclipse, though, this is more likely to bring up things about maybe you're actually going to see something happening in your siblings' lives, some major chapters closing, and them moving on from different things, right? The 3rd house also is associated with like your local neighborhood, right? So not your country, but your local neighborhood, right? Your environment. The moon, since this is the house, actually, and the moon is exalted in Taurus as well. So it's kind of like, I can't believe I didn't mention that. The moon is exalted in Taurus. My goodness. Okay. Anyway, forgetting details that are really important. The moon is a very local planet. All right. It's very local. It moves really fast. It has an intimate impact on the tides, right? It's very local. It's very close to us, right? So the 3rd house is a very local, very neighborhood type feeling to it. So a lunar eclipse in the 3rd house with Jupiter there, albeit, and Uranus, you're more likely to see changes in your environment. Changes in your environment can and will affect how your mind is. Okay, so considering this is, I mean, it's not a super sensitive house, it's not on an angle, it's not the 4th or 10th, but it's still, it can still impact your mind quite a bit, especially, I mean, depending on where your personal Venus is and if you have any planets here, right? But anyway, this is more likely to affect your immediate environment or something. You might even witness something happen that might even be very Taurus in nature in your immediate environment. It's really funny how transits work. Sometimes you'll see it play out on a psychological level, and sometimes you'll see it play out in a very literal, symbolic level in something that happens in the 3D. Like, I don't know, I'll give you an example. Maybe well, it's Taurus, so maybe there's cows involved. Okay, I don't know, but just keep your eyes peeled, right? But no need to panic. This isn't affecting you in a super crazy way. Now, we do have to look where Venus is. Venus is currently transiting through your 7th house. So you could even say that, hey, maybe this eclipse is inspiring you and a partner to go for a drive, and then you happen to run into a cow or something like that. That's just a silly example, okay? But it could totally happen. Please message me if it does, because I will probably die of laughter. Okay. That'd be so funny. Uh, uh, it's a satellite in the sky, and that's good enough because it affects us on a daily basis. All right. So Pisces. Pull that down. It feels so good to shuffle cards. I tell you. All right, Pisces, what do we got? All right, Pisces. I want just like 2 or 3 cards max, not a billion, please. That'd be nice. Thank you. Okay. So Pisces, so far, we got the 10 of Cups. You're thinking bigger. This week is about looking at the bigger picture of something. How do you want to arrange your life, your daily routine, your daily routine? How do you want to change things or keep things the same in order to create the bigger, more beautiful, unifying vision that you have for your own life? There's something about Venus in Virgo telling me that there has to be some practical application. Like, it can't be all dreams. Wow. There has to be some practical applications here. So we got the 4 of Pentacles. Okay, sorry. 10 of Cups. Then the 4 of Pentacles. Then the 4 of Cups. So, just as I was saying that, there's something here about if you've got this grand vision, right? You've got this grand idea, this direction that you want to take your life in. There is equal amounts of dreaming and practical steps that need to be taken. Okay? So keep dreaming. I'm not saying don't be a dreamer. We love you, Pisces, just as you are. But if you want things to actually manifest in the physical reality, there are physical steps that you have to take in order to get there. Try not to become discouraged this week by setbacks. Remember that eclipse season is kind of crazy and wild and a little bit unpredictable. So don't be discouraged. Don't be complacent. But make sure that you've got some kind of like some solid plan and a solid step forward that you need to be disciplined in approaching. Ooh, J-Lo. I hope you move out of that hellhole of a city. But yeah, Jess, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude in that response. It's just that the moon is such a massive thing that sits in our sky. It doesn't even need to be a planet. It's honestly that's really just a term that we use that everybody agrees upon that is a way to call it, to name it so we know what we're talking about, right? Like this is a microphone. Who called it a microphone originally? Does it really matter? Okay, cool. All right. What's magical about the moon is that we can track it and predict when it's going to cross into the path of the freaking sun and block the sun from our view, which is something that has mystified people for thousands and thousands of years. That's the magical part. Okay. Eh. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Celestial body. Totally. Totally. That's a great way to put it. And that sounds prettier too. It's a celestial body. Okay. Okay, Aqua. Aquarius. Oh, what's up, Naturalist PT? Hey. Yeah, we back. We back. Moonday Tarot in the house. We started really late, but that's okay. Um, okay. Aquarius. You know what I found? Okay, quick break. Hold up. Lunatic here. Yeah. You know what I found while I was unpacking my stuff? I was so excited to find it. Shout out to Sirius Fox. Haven't seen him in a minute, but he made for me this cool ass wand. It's been a while, so I really wanted to take it out, and I had it sitting beside my laptop here. Okay, so check this out. So it's selenite that's been dipped in copper with a bunch of other stones in it. So this is probably one of the coolest things I've ever been given in my life. Um, Miss that guy. Hope to see him again on the interwebs because he made some cool stuff and I really want to see him succeed. Okay, anyway. So yeah, I like to use this for clearing my deck because it just, I don't know, it feels extra badass. Aquarius. Okay, Aqua. So, Aquarius, a lot of things have been shifting for you over the last year or so with the eclipses happening in angular houses. So, the Libra eclipse, the solar eclipse, this series is finally outside of the angles. Things will start to kind of align themselves and cool off a little bit. But if you're an Aquarius and you feel like life has been crazy, it's because you've had eclipses in your 10th and 4th house. So just kind of for reference, you can consider the 10th house to be public, right? Your public life, and the 4th house to be your private life. So if it feels like you have had a really hard time balancing between the two, or there's been like leaking between the two and you can't keep them separate, or trying to unite them, or whatever you've been trying to do, or it's like you're really spending a lot of time on your career and your public stuff and neglecting the home life, or it's been switched and it's the other way around, and it's like you just can't get a handle on either, it's probably because you've had eclipses shaking your world, causing literal earthquakes in your mind, basically. So rejoice, right? This lunar eclipse, you're wrapping something up in a really serious way, right? There's a huge ass stellium in your 10th house. Don't be afraid, right? Really, for Aquarius, I really see this as just like infusing your work, or essentially, let's just stick with work for now. Infusing your work with a ton of energy and drive, right? Mars in his own sign with Sun there as well. It's like all right, let's just get it. Let's finish this. Let's wrap it up. Let's get it out. Let's publish it. Let's go. Um, so really, I mean, I see that as just in and of itself a fairly positive thing. Now, the lunar eclipse with Jupiter down in your fourth house is kind of like you're finally like putting something to rest, putting something to bed. The fourth house in ancient texts is called the subterranean. English translation, obviously, but the subterranean. This is the underground. This is your roots, your anchor, as my last teacher Gemini Brett put it. So this lunar eclipse is really about finally putting something to rest and putting something to bed that's for the better, because Jupiter's there, remember? The fourth house is associated with your ancestors. It's associated with your family, right? Family secrets, actually. And you know, something that I learned not that long ago. It's so funny. Modern astrology, we associate the eighth house with things like the occult. Not so in ancient times. The eighth house, look at it, it's above the ground. It's visible. You can see it visibly in the sky. The fourth house, you can't see that. You literally cannot see that. If this represents the ground, you cannot see the fourth house. So when it comes to initiations, okay, when it comes to the knowledge of the priests, when it comes to that sort of thing, that's a fourth house thing. Like think about the rituals that you've heard of, I'm sure, where you get buried alive or you go into a cave and do something in a cave. You're literally going into the fourth house symbolically, into the mother, right? So this is like one final initiation for you, Aquarius. One final chapter in this this long series of initiations that you've had in the fourth house. If there will always be remaining work to do as far as the internal work comes when it comes to your parents, right? The fourth house is associated with your parents as well. There will always be more work to do, okay? I kind of feel like this lunar eclipse, if it is intense for you on an emotional level, just sit with that, right? There is a really good possibility that if there's a lot of emotion coming up, then it's about something. It ties back to something from your past. It ties back to something from maybe even your early childhood. But it's an opportunity if you are getting upset over anything. It's an opportunity for you to work with that energy and release it. That is a kind of initiation. So a little bit more intense for the fixed signs, this lunar eclipse, but like I said, it's like a closing and an ending of a chapter that's really important. So, hey, that's cool. Yeah, that's astrology, my friend. Yeah, so I mean, obviously, I don't know anything about your relationship with them, but uh, I'm sure a couple of words of comfort could go a long way, right? And Jess, I love that skill. Okay, Aquarius. What do we got for cards for you? 2 or 3, please. Not the whole deck. That'd be nice. Nice. Okay, so just pretty much exactly what I was saying. I, lo- I love it when the cards can add some detail, but I also really love it when they just confirm exactly what I was saying. So we've got Temperance and the Ten of Swords. So severe ending, right? Something is finally coming to a close, but it needs to. If it were to go on any longer, any further, it would become extremely dangerous. And then the Temperance card coming in, I mean, that one actually came out first. It's like there's a beautiful opportunity to transmute some of the stuff that's going on. that's what the fourth house eclipse is likely going to be about for a lot of Aquarians. For some of you, it'll lead to something really specific, like moving. Like, okay, all right, I had to move. But picking up roots and putting them down somewhere else, that is its own whole process and often leads to all kinds of different emotional stuff coming up. But anyway, last card that came out for you, Aquarius, is the Six of Pentacles. There's something here about things finally becoming equal again, or needing to become equal. Or it could even be that there's a generous spirit from a person, not like a ghost spirit, but maybe, I don't know. We are talking about the fourth house, but there's a spirit of generosity that's driving the change, and a desire to come back to a sense of equilibrium. But anyway, really nice to see this. This is temperance or alchemy. Meaning that through all the chaos, through all the stuff that's going on, there is a silver lining. So that's really beautiful. Right. Capricorn. Cap. All right, my fellow goats. So, Libra eclipse in the 10th house. This won't be the same for everybody that has a Capricorn rising, but for me personally, this meant that I ended up needing to leave a position that I was really enjoying with people that shared a lot of similar values as me. But it's preparing, anytime there's an ending associated with eclipses, it's preparing for something better, okay? So something better or something more aligned. All right, so anyway, that was the new moon, but now we're moving into the lunar eclipse, okay? So closing out a chapter in the 5th house here. The 5th house is associated with joy and pleasure and creativity and the fruits of our creativity even. So things related to, like, say, any kind of art project, children, or even like a small business venture, that could be a part of the 5th house. So really this is the closing of a major chapter of change and growth and just bustling creativity. And actually, you know, on the date of the eclipse this Saturday, if you can do some art, bust out some art, do it. I'm picturing like paintings of dragons or something like that. Dragons are definitely associated with eclipses. Dragons and giant lizards and wolves. So maybe play with those themes a little bit, just to kind of play with the energy. And just, you know, celebrate that this is the closing out of a really interesting last year and a bit of 5th house stuff. So that's pretty much it. Mother fucking dragons. Polymathing. I like the string of emojis. Although I can't tell what the second one is. Oh, hey, Roman, what's up? What's up? I was just thinking about you, actually, like, well, at the intro. Oh. We're nowhere near Taurus, but I would really be curious for an update from you about what's going on, especially with how the eclipses have been rocking your chart. Okay, so anyway, Capricorn, don't get distracted. What do we got for cards for you, Cap? Closing out and moving on in a really important chapter. co-worker's girlfriend just had a near accident with a U-Haul. So a close call. Well, that's so interesting. I used a U-Haul to move just recently, but the plate was from Arizona. So I've never been to Arizona. Oh, okay. Some cards got flipped. Hold on. Like this just happened, like just now. That's wild. I hope she's okay. Okay, Capricorn, I'm gonna reshuffle. Okay, but seriously now. Dun 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 dun. Oh, that's cool. What part of Arizona? My boyfriend's from Tucson. Yup. Dude, last year on the lunar eclipse in Taurus, it was exactly conjunct my sun. I got alcohol poisoning from 2 drinks. It's like, okay, that was a bad idea. Um, Gosh. All right, Capricorn. 5 of Swords. Why are you? What's the hold up, Capricorn? Come on. I need more than just the 5 of Swords here. I need more. I need more context. It was bad. Pro tip: don't do that. Oh my gosh. Okay. 5th house eclipse, but I'm getting all air cards. I need one more for context. This is insane. We got the 5 of Swords and then the Page of Swords. Not the Knight, the Page. And then the 6 of Swords. Swords, swords, swords. What the fuck? Okay, Capricorn. Clearly there's something to do with communication that needs to come out. So we got 5 of Swords, the Lord of Defeat, the Page of Swords, and the 6 of Swords. I like that this ended with the 6 of Swords because the 6 of Swords is like coming back into balance after being out of balance. Finding a solution and a scientific solution where you finally calculated all of the variables and made the correct decision to move forward. The 5 of Swords and the Page of Swords is kind of like, I don't know, choosing to walk away from a situation, but maybe feeling like more could have been said. I don't know. I get, with the Page of Swords in particular, I get the sense of either you are feeling a little bit less mature in your speech, in your communication style, perhaps. Maybe you're just not practiced enough. Or the person you're dealing with, the person that you are, well, we are talking about 5th house, so the person you're dating, perhaps, maybe. That is a 5th house thing. Maybe they're struggling a little bit. But I kind of see this eclipse as kind of like, you're going from this place of, wow, look at this guy's stance. All right. Sure, he's got a wide stance, but he actually looks off balance to me. You see the wind blown in the background, all this stuff. There's clouds. It's not the prettiest of image. Actually, you can see how strong the wind is by the tree there. It's like, it's way over to one side. So I kind of get this sense that perhaps this time is a little bit tumultuous. Perhaps there is more or less that is being said or needs to be said. But there's something that's likely to happen where one or both of you No, I didn't see that. Anyway, there's like one or both of you that just kind of needs to let down your defenses a little bit and talk it out in a mature way. Like, this doesn't actually have to apply to like dating. It can be multiple different scenarios. Just we're talking about a lunar eclipse in the 5th house. That's the most likely scenario. The six of swords, I'm really happy to see that there's water here finally. And the other two cards, it's just, I mean, there is some water in the first one. One person is walking away towards the water, actually. Water symbolizing our emotions, the psychic realm. And in the last card here, we get back to the water a little bit. We get out of our head and back to the emotions. So I would almost say, Capricorn, if you have been intellectualizing too much, if you have been staying up in your head rather than feeling into something, now is the time to stop that and to feel into it, to actually express what's going on the inside rather than the perceived slights or the perceived issues that are coming up. Actually bring it back down into your body, Cap. That's basically what I'm trying to say. And I see by the end of the week that you will. You'll be able to make some kind of decision, or you'll be able to move on in some way from what has been halting you and stopping you from conquering, what has been stopping you from achieving peace. Okay. Sagittarius. Okay, Sag. So, solar eclipse happened in your 11th house. To me, this is really talking about removing yourself from one group of influences and finding or plugging into a new group of influences. See, the 11th house is not just groups. Okay, that's a little bit too general. It's mostly groups that can propel you forward or upwards, that can help you socially climb in some way. Your close friends is more like 3rd house, 7th house. The 11th house is more like your business acquaintances and your networking circles. And if you belong to any philanthropic groups, that can be 11th house, especially since being involved in philanthropy tends to make you look better and gives you further opportunities to improve your public image, which is the 10th house. Okay, so anyway, with the solar eclipse happening in the 11th on the South Node, keep in mind the South Node does have this effect of kind of removing things from the physical. Not always, but sometimes it's removing things from the physical. But at the same time, a solar eclipse is planting a seed. It's a new moon. So thus, removing things from your influences, maybe even a friend, a longtime friend leaving the friend group, or pulling away from certain influences, whatever the case may be, in order to make room for new ones, okay? And now with the lunar eclipse coming on Saturday, we're wrapping up something here, a year-long story of 6/12 axis stuff. Fun, not fun. So the 6th house, not gonna lie, not a very fun house. In ancient texts, it's called the House of Bad Fortune. Really nice name, isn't it? Not to say that an eclipse here means that automatically you're going to befall bad fortune, but it's an old text, okay? Old way of looking at things. Now, a lunar eclipse in the 6th house with Jupiter does mean that you are protected from some of the more negative effects of a lunar eclipse in this house. So that's helpful, okay? So always remember, you can't just look at just one thing, just one planet or just one aspect and decide the whole fate of something on that thing, right? There's a lot more nuance and detail that goes into it that's really important to look at. Okay, so sixth house is associated with the things that we will bleed for, the work that we do that we will bleed for, the sacrifices that we make, the things that feel like we're toiling away at them forever with no reward in sight. It is the labor that comes before completion. It is the chop wood, carry water house. That's the sixth house. All right, it's not a fluffy, pleasant, fun house. Okay. So this lunar eclipse here is like finally closing a chapter on something that has felt like it's been extreme drudgery after drudgery. You know, something that's been monotonous and really weighing on you is finally done with. Okay, that's the symbolism of the lunar eclipse. And because it is with the North Node, right, we're planting a seed for something better in the future, especially with Jupiter there. Okay, we're planting a seed for something different in the future. This can be like, work is often associated with the sixth house. Your public reputation is 10th house. Okay, your career can be seen as 10th house, but if you're working like a mundane day-to-day 9 to 5 job that's not really your career ultimately, that's more like the sixth house. So you could be starting something new, right? And there's promise of growth, there's promise of something better coming from it. It's different, it's unique, it's going to help you to feel like you're different and like you're doing something totally unique from anybody else previously in your line. Maybe, you know, it could be as drastic as that, or it could just be really interesting and different and helps you feel more free in some way. But there's something kind of like coming to a close in one aspect so that you can make room for something new. This whole stellium in the 12th house, by the way, I think the biggest thing that I would say about this is that I give this advice every new season. Okay, if you are a Sagittarius rising, all right, as the sun is passing through your 12th house, or even if your birthday is in Sag season, 12th house transit to your sun can feel similar. It's okay to feel a little bit more tired, to feel like you need more time to yourself. It's okay to be a little bit more isolationist, right? It's not necessarily a negative thing or a bad thing if you need to recharge your energy because there's a ton of planets in your 12th house. This is a house of the psychological. It's a place of isolation. You know, it's this is not exactly the most fun axis to talk about. So I said 6th house used to be called bad fortune. 12th house used to be called bad spirit. So they're a pair of not fun houses, okay? Now, I really just think the biggest thing is don't be surprised if you have more vivid dreams, if it feels like you've been fighting in your dreams, or if it just feels like you're waking up not fully rested or anything like that. That I think that would be pretty normal for having a stellium like this in your 12th house. It hints at there being increased activity in your dream space or in the liminal space in between here and the afterlife, that kind of stuff. It's a kind of a ghostly house, you could say. Since we're in Scorpio season, I'll use that term. It's a little ghostly. So just be gentle with yourself, Sag, while you are going through this month. And then just pay attention. Like, there's actually going to be a Sun-Mars conjunction in Scorpio a little later on. So when that happens, we'll definitely talk about that in detail when we get there. But you could consider it to be like pushing the restart button. So it's okay to take a little bit of time for yourself, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. And we're going to keep it on that. Keep it at that. Sorry, I tend to kind of go on a little bit. Don't mean to do that. But anyway. So Sag. So, Jess, I think I'm reading this right. You said NASA shot a rocket into the eclipse as it was happening? J-Lo and her rabbit holes. Okay. Sagittarius, what do we got for you? The Nine of Cups. Okay. What else we got? Judgment. One more. The Three of Cups. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, Sag. So, Nine of Cups. Dun, 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 dun. This smug motherfucker, that's you right now. You're like, yeah, that's right. We're leaving that hellhole behind. We're moving on to a new one. Judgment. Okay. We'll speak on that in a moment. And then the Three of Cups. Sagittarius. I actually kind of feel like this is an important this is an important turning point. Whenever judgment comes out, you are about to be tasked with making an important decision. Where do you want your life to go? What direction do you want your life to actually go in? Spirit is calling you to something higher. You can choose not to listen. You don't have to listen. You don't have to follow the signs if you don't want to. But they will be there, especially this week. They will be there. Especially with, I mean, just going back to the astrology for just a half a second here, especially with your chart ruler, Jupiter, involved in the last few eclipses. This is like, this is basically like a big wake up call, really. And since the sixth house often is associated with health or disease, there has been a really important wake up call that you're probably feeling through your body. That's the Judgment card. It's time to make some changes. One of those changes will probably see is that, well, it makes everybody a little bit happier to spend some time with friends. There's a lot of symbolism in this Three of Cups card that's not really on the card itself. That has to do with just the fact that they're merrymaking, the fact that they're really enjoying themselves means that there is something there that needs to be protected. In order to protect it, you have to have solid boundaries. Okay, so let me sum up. There's something that you need to do, Sagittarius, in order to protect yourself or in order to protect your home life or something that you've built for yourself that feels really special and really precious. You're experiencing right now symptoms in the physical, most likely, that are really pointing to spiritual changes that need to be made or just something that needs to be paid more attention to. And, I mean, but overall, you're sitting pretty. Just with this image, I get the sense of like a deep sense of satisfaction after a hard day's work. And the Nine of Cups is one of the names for it is the Lord of Satisfaction, or the Lord of Fulfillment, something like that. So you have these two really beautiful cards of like celebration and success and fulfillment and all of this lovely stuff. But in the middle of it, was almost like a background undertone. There's a need to make some major change. in order to, I mean, stay in divine alignment, basically. But yeah, there's it's like something that needs to be purged from your system and your daily habits, or something that needs to be really altered in order for you to actually feel the full effects of um, the merriment of the next card. So I don't know. There's something there about paying more attention to your own physical boundaries, maybe. I'm not certain, but I'm sure that will land for the person that it needs to land for. Okay, so Jess says White Sands Missile Ranch will launch 3 Black Brant 9 sounding rockets as part of NASA's mission to capture scientific data during the solar eclipse taking place on October 14th. Oh, interesting. That could be fun. I didn't see that, but I'd be curious to learn more. All right, Scorpio. Okay. Scorpio. Scorpio. Things have been shifting for you wildly over the last couple of years, solid, as the nodes have been moving through your first and seventh house, and as we've been experiencing eclipses on this axis. Eclipses in the first house can bring major changes, huge pivotal turning points in a person's life, especially if you have any planets in Scorpio or Taurus. And I know that there's at least a couple of you that have tuned in this stream alone that do. So those eclipses would have brought some really significant changes. So rejoice. This lunar eclipse is the final one in Taurus for this particular cycle. So we are switching up, changing things, and closing a major chapter. Okay. I really don't think like I need to go super into detail about all of the things here. I kind of feel like you get it. All right. I kind of feel like you get it. Mars moving into your first house would have been really helpful for energy levels. Now, keep in mind, as I say that, I do want to acknowledge, especially for you guys, that Mars is in a very late stage right now. It's about to be swallowed up by the sun. Now, Mars is interesting. It takes roughly, give or take, 2.5 years for every Mars cycle. I think it's something like that. And when Mars joins with the sun, when there's Mars cazimi, it's a significant event. It often will change the focus of where we really divert a lot of energy towards every new conjunction. All right, so just as an example, 2020, the Mars Sun conjunction was in Virgo. Virgo's associated with like cleanliness and illnesses and stuff. So just as one example. So anyway, even though Mars moving into your first house should be like, hey, all this new energy, Mars is in a really late stage right now and invisible. So we can't actually see Mars in the sky. It's invisible. So what this means symbolically is that just that alone is enough to tell me that it's more likely that you'll be seeing changes happen behind the scenes, or you're more likely to work behind the scenes right now until Mars has his rebirth as a morning star. Until that point, it's kind of like you are in the process of wrapping things up and closing things down, and it's really just this symbolism of like death, really, because Mars is going to be reborn, right? So right before he disappeared, you could compare it to like this really old warrior that was he's about to like pass on into the afterlife, basically. Like, okay, I pictured Kung Fu Panda, right? Forgive me, that's where my mind went first, but I just pictured the old turtle. I forget his name. Noodle. or no noodle. Oh my gosh. But yeah, so what you'll see with this, okay, is yes, you have a little bit more energy and a little bit more focus and vitality, and it's gonna help you finish out closing the chapter here with your seventh house, which can be maybe you're ending a relationship, maybe you're maybe some business contracts or some other contracts that you need to sign or have already signed in the past are like coming to a close and finishing, or maybe you're looking at, do I renew this or not? Some really basic stuff like that. Or if you have a partner, if you have a spouse or whatever, maybe the change is actually happening with them since this is their house. You could see them going through some really interesting stuff. But just keep in mind that it I kind of get the sense that this might feel like you should have more energy available, but you don't, because there's this deeper process going on behind the scenes where Mars is moving behind the sun essentially. So be gentle with yourself, be patient with yourself, give it some time. This is a powerful period when Mars joins with the sun again. So and especially if you're a Scorpio rising, Mars is your ruling planet. So give yourself a bit of a break, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Okay. The video of the eclipse with the rocket, did you end up have you posted in any of the telegrams? I'd be curious to see it. Or got a link to it. Whoa. All right, Scorpio, what do we got for you? Yeah, if you can, don't post it here, but put it either in my Telegram or Chance's Telegram or wherever. Especially since it's eclipse related. I'm always curious about that stuff. All right, Scorpio. Speaking of mysteries of the universe, Scorpio, what do we got? Also, again, happy birthday. Don't forget to use the code Scorpio15 for 15% off any reading. Oh, dang. Okay. This is fun. Ace of Swords. Love it. Star card. Love it even more. Scorpio has a secret. They might tell us. That's so cool, actually. Okay, hold up. Let me bring this back up again. You might not have tuned in for the very beginning when I was initially talking about this, but what I was saying was the symbolism of Mercury and Mars being together, opposing Jupiter, but being together and invisible. So under the beams of the sun, as it was said, combust even, they're within 8 degrees, is symbolic of having some kind of word with an advisory, receiving some kind of message, or having some kind of meeting between two figures. Mars in his own house, by the way. So Mars in his own temple. And Mercury, who, I mean, Mercury could be playing for both sides. He usually is. Who knows? And yeah, I don't know. That's just really fascinating. So it's kind of like there's like a secretive meeting happening. Okay. That is the. Oh, okay, yeah. All right, just save it till after the stream is over. There should be a comment section once it's actually posted and no longer live. Okay, so anyway, so Scorpio, you've got a secret. You've been given a message. You have some very, very valuable information for us. Should you choose to share it, Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. I think you should. Yeah, actually, in my description box, there is a Telegram. There is a Telegram link for my group. Okay. The star card evokes feelings of refreshing and healing energy. Okay. The star card can be associated with giving back. Well, I don't know. I get the sense of like feeding into both the psyche and the physical equally, right? I mean, YouTube is not going to like these titties, but that's fine. So she's got these two vases, right? These two jugs of water, and she's putting one on the land and one in the water, one on the physical and one into the emotional, one in the real 3D physical reality, and one into the psyche, the subconscious, um, the liminal realm. I think that's my favorite word this week is liminal. Anyway, the secret or the information that you have, Scorpio, uh, is going to be really soothing for you and helpful for others as well. Okay, so don't be shy. Bring it out. Tell us what you know. I kind of just want one last card. So let me kind of shuffle here, see what we got. That's a lot. I actually kind of get the sense of like being freed by no longer keeping a secret. Oh, dang. And there it is. The Lovers and the Ace of Cups. Wow, Scorpio, you got two aces. Ace of Swords, Ace of Cups, and then two major arcana. The Star card and the Lovers. Huh. Okay. Let me bring this back up. There's the Lovers. You, somebody else. Okay. This is the information that you have. This is the insight and the love and the cups that they have. They're different. Okay. They're very, very different. Two sides of the same coin, you could say, actually, but it is the same coin at the end of the day. There's something that you need to say to somebody else. Okay. Keeping it in is harmful. Actually allowing it to flow out is what is needed here. Trust that the other person has the emotional maturity and the wherewithal to be able to handle whatever it is that you have to say. That's not your job at the end of the day anyway. Your job is to remain true to you and, you know, allow them whatever space they might need or whatever different opinion they might have even, you know, allow them to have that. That's the mature way to go about it. But I mean, overall, like these are actually really great cards. I kind of feel like this closing of a chapter, this lunar eclipse, is kind of like a blessing in disguise. All right. So whatever may happen, it's a blessing in disguise, and embrace it because there's true beauty here. There's true beauty, and there's reason to celebrate. Yeah. By the way, it is snowing outside. Yep. Growing up, my mom would make sure that our Halloween costumes were big enough to fit over top of a snowsuit because we often had snow on Halloween. Okay, Libra. Really happy to see that the stream is pretty smooth right now too, so that's really excellent. Okay, Libra. Libra. Finally, the eclipses have moved into your first and seventh houses. So the solar eclipse that was at 21 degrees, and I mean, we had the solar eclipse at the end of Aries as well. So you've already gotten a little bit of a taste of what eclipse seasons for the next year is going to be like. This is definitely a major time of change, right? Like I was saying for Scorpio, eclipses in your first and seventh house bring about major changes because these houses are so personal. The first house literally represents your body. It's you. It's actually the only house that is technically just you. It has to do with your personality. It has to do with your literal physical body. If you happen to have sun here as well, then even more so your vitality as well. So eclipses in the first house are major changes. They definitely cause some pivots to happen in your life for sure. So anyway, we opened with a solar eclipse, so that's just kind of a little taste. Bam, planting the seed. The lunar eclipse will be in your 8th house. Okay, so this is the last Taurus eclipse. No more Taurus lunar eclipses. We're done with them. This is the last one. We're closing a chapter, and like, thank goodness. Thank goodness. So this eclipse series, right, the ones that were in Scorpio and Taurus, were activating very heavily your resources, right? Resources can be more than just money, but all of the physical things that you need to keep your body going. The 8th house has a lot more to do with your spouses or partners' resources, or just other people, right? And your obligations to other people, your projects or promises or contracts that you've signed with other people. And actually, to have a lunar eclipse here, especially with Jupiter, I actually feel like for you guys, this will be an opportunity, if it hasn't happened already, to complete and end old contracts. And these can be karmic contracts. They don't even have to be ones from the physical reality, right? A lunar eclipse is a full moon, okay? So it's an ending. We've got Jupiter there, so there's some help, right? We're finally severing and completing and cutting some kind of contract or some kind of obligation that you have with somebody else. That's the 8th house. So rejoice, because it's finally over, I think. Oh, nice. No snow in Idaho. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I'm way up in central Alberta, so it's snowing. All right, so Libra. Libra. Whoa. That was a bunch of cards. You forgot Canada. How could you forget Canada? Excuse me. I'm not actually offended. That's okay. Um, okay, Libra. Interesting cards. I was going to make a quip about our Prime Minister, but I'm going to keep it to myself. All right, Libra. Really interesting cards. So one of the cards is actually a Libra card. So that's always interesting to me. So we got the Four of Swords first, which is the Lord of Rest. The rest from strife specifically. Yep. Rest from strife. With the Four of Swords, that's the final decan of Libra. No. Oh, that's actually where the eclipse, the solar eclipse was. It was in the third decan. Okay, that's cool. Okay, anyway, sorry. Distractions. The Four of Swords, I get this kind of picture of being like in the middle of several different moving gears and pieces, and just kind of understanding that if you make the slightest adjustment here, over here, it's going to affect everything else around it and everything else in the chain, right? Libra has this amazing ability to see things not just from multiple angles like a Gemini, but to see the consequences of the different things. And yeah, it's a really complex sign actually. So anyway, I'm not going to go into all that, but there's something here about needing to take a rest. All right, needing to like lay off it a little bit. Yes, justice for everybody, but also you need to rest. You need to take a bit more time, maybe to do a little bit more research, or just kind of not even get in lost in the weeds so much as just pull back a bit. And there's probably something more important that you need to focus on, especially since the friggin' Judgment card came out again. Judgment again. Not surprising. It is eclipse week. So, Judgment. Like I said, big turning point. There is, like I was saying with the astrology, there's definitely something here about ending something and closing off some kind of contract, whether it's spiritual, whether it's physical, doesn't really matter. The point is that you're being called to called to do something different. If I can speak, you're being called to do something different. You're being called to go in a different direction. You're being called to rise up, right? To step into the best version of yourself, even if you want to go a little new agey with it. But it's true. But it's true. And as I was saying with the last sign that got the Judgment card, many are called, not all answer. Okay? But if you choose to follow the new path that's kind of being hinted at, that the eclipses are beginning to open up for you, it will feel like a totally new, totally different life. Okay? And with it comes victory. The Lord of Victory, Six of Wands. This is such a badass card. This is the middle decan of Leo. Libra, of all the signs, understands the dangers of too much ego. So I know that I don't need to warn you guys. I know that I don't need to warn you guys about this, but the Six of Wands is a badass card. It is all about getting the victory and being celebrated for it, right? It's coming back after a really serious win, and everybody's like, yeah, you're the man or woman or whatever, and they lift you up and they're like, absolutely, you get to sit on the finest horse and drink the finest brandy, and here's the giant plate of food or, or whatever. But people that are put up on big pedestals are very easy to knock down as well. Okay, so just mind that. But that's not the point. The point right now is that first, rest. Step one, rest a bit. Okay, take a step back. You don't need to have an opinion. You don't need to be doing anything to correct anything else outside of yourself right now, because there's way more in play and at stake than you can possibly even imagine. So just take a step back. You don't need to do anything right now. Okay? You're being prepared for something bigger, something different. Big decisions will await, but you can't make those decisions from a frazzled, emotional, chaotic state. Okay, first you need to come back to your center. Then comes the victory, and I love that. So just took me to church. Yeah. But like, how are you alone going to correct all of the misdeeds of the church? you're not. So you can make changes in your local one, maybe, you know, a little bit here, a little bit there, but it's so much bigger than just one person, and there's nothing wrong with admitting that. Um, but the point of the read isn't even that. The point of the read is actually that there's something bigger, but you need to find your center first and step back from the chaotic energy of the eclipse and the chaotic energy of everything that's going on around you in the world, and just realize that you're only one person. You can only do so much. And there's bigger fish a frying, I guess, with the judgment card. Okay. Oh, you don't need my permission. But yeah, go for it, dude. Yeah. Heck yeah. Chill. Step 1. Calm the fuck down. Step 2. Answer the call. Then victory. It's funny. Okay. Virgo. Actually, before I do Virgo, let's just take a quick little stretch break. I've been sitting for a bit, and I forgot to do this, so just oh, stretch with me. Oh, crunchy. I'm gonna take this opportunity to remind everybody to lovingly tap the like button. Share this stream out. I'm getting back into things, so the algorithm is not gonna pick me up for a little bit. So I need your help. I need your help. Oh, that feels good. It's so funny. You don't realize, like, well, maybe you do if you're more active. You don't realize how much you need to, like, get up and move until you do. I was like, oh shit. I don't know. I feel like I could do more, but so just a reminder, I've launched a coupon code for anybody. Anybody can use it. Scorpio 15. It's good now till the end of Scorpio season for new client readings, return client readings, tarot card readings, whatever you want to apply it towards. It will work. So, okay. We've stretched. All right, Virgo. What do you do, Jess? I need to know. All right, Virgo. Okay, so first of all, Virgo, Venus is in your first house. Right now, by the way, she is in, well, at the time of this eclipse anyway. So I take that back. Not right now, but at the time of the lunar eclipse on Saturday, she'll be in the middle decan, which is her own decan, which is, if you're familiar with tarot, the 9 of Pentacles. Really beautiful card, and even though Venus is said to be debilitated in Virgo, it's the probably the best place she can be is right this middle decan. And I was explaining at the very beginning how a planet being in its own decan, even if it's in a sign that it doesn't do well in, is kind of like it having its own resources from within. Right, so it can still do things, but it's like by its own ingeniousness. So anyway, with Venus going through your first house, use it as an opportunity to, I guess, to borrow a phrase from the next generation, glow up. Yeah. Okay. So, solar eclipse happened in your second house, right? That's where Libra is. Second, 8th axis has to do with resources, whether it's your own that we're talking about or whether it's your partners that we're talking about. But that's a general, like, 2-word gist of the 2nd and 8th axis. All right, so solar eclipse probably opened up a whole can of worms around, like, say, budgeting or planning for your future or your income, or suddenly you have all of these expenses and you don't know where they came from, or whatever the case may be, whatever it was that actually happened. For this lunar eclipse, this is the last one in Taurus. We're closing a chapter on this crazy well, it was crazy for me, okay? For this crazy eclipse series, I guess you could say. So, a lunar eclipse in the ninth house. Well, what is the ninth house? The ninth house has to do with divination, religion. It's the temple or the university that you study in, as Gemini Brett would put it. Having Jupiter here for however many months he's been in Taurus has really been helping you look at things from a bigger picture, a bigger, wider vantage point. One word that modern astrologers use for Jupiter that I actually do find to be pretty true, although limiting but still true, is expanding. Right? So you've been really expanding your worldview, maybe even looking at foreign cultures or a new divination system, or just playing around with something that you already know. And you'd be surprised at how many things technically fall under divination without really meaning to. Somebody was talking about looking at like financial charts and trying to predict the future trends of financial charts. And I'm like, I mean, considering how many people worship money, that's technically divination. I mean, a lot of people would argue against that, but that's whatever. So, anyway, we're closing a chapter up here in the ninth house. The ninth house can also represent like pilgrimages, traveling to go see different sacred sites. It can represent things like just literally foreign people that are not from the same culture or same background as you. So having a lunar eclipse here with Jupiter, it can be so many different things. Um, once you hear all of the different things that one house can represent, coming up with these horoscopes is insane. It's like there's no way that I can sum that up for everybody that's going to watch that happens to be a Virgo rising, but I do my best. I kind of feel like this is you. I mean, it's so funny. JLo was just talking about the church and whatnot. This is you addressing your own relationship with religious authorities. That's one way to look at it, right? Is for the Virgo risings out there, the lunar eclipse, maybe you're having that, maybe you're having a conversation with the Mormons. You know, they've come to your door, they've been like, hey, would like to come inside and have a little chat about our Bible. And then there's my mom on the other side, and she pulls out her Bible, and they have a face off. Bible for Bible, King James version versus the Mormon Bible. Anyway, that was my experience growing up. And then she offers them coffee, but like cheekily, they laugh and ha ha because they don't drink coffee. Anyway, it could be something as light as that, right? Like having some really deep philosophical conversations with someone that is from a different background and you're discovering some new things. Or it can be, it could be a little bit less nice and fluffy than that. Right, it could be more of an argument, right? It is an eclipse and Mars is involved. It could be much more of a philosophical argument than a nice conversation over tea. Oh man. What else could this be for Virgo? Well, I mean, you guys tell me. The Virgos out there, you guys know very well what this axis has been for you guys. Whether it's publishing that the ninth house is really calling on, because that's another thing, is putting your works out. Whether it is run-ins with lawmakers, especially with Jupiter there, it's a really interesting dynamic house where, I mean, divination and astrology is just one teeny tiny part of it. So regardless of what it actually is for you, Virgo, we're wrapping it up. We're finishing the chapter. Oh, remodeling. Okay. Oiling up that wood good. All right, Virgo. Sometimes, honestly, a lunar eclipse can lead to something like a crisis of faith in the ninth house. Um, Considering this isn't the first eclipse that's occurred in Taurus for you, it, it's less likely that it's a new crisis and more likely that you're like coming to terms and finishing out your experience with that, finishing out that experience. But anyway, let's just see what the tarot says. Ooh. Instantly just popped out the King of Cups. We'll see what else we get. King of Cups, the Five of Cups, and the Magician. Woo. King of Cups, Five of Cups, Magician. Okay. So Virgo, really cool to see Mercury show up for a tarot reading for you. Always a good omen. I forgot to mention, mostly because I didn't stream last week, but there was just a Mercury Kazemi. It was like 2 days ago. 3 days ago. Anyway. So you probably received some kind of download, some kind of information. I know I have a Virgo friend, Virgo rising friend, that had like a really vivid dream, and actually two very mercurial ruled people on the same night had a really vivid dream, and they both were talking about them, and some really interesting symbolism came out. Probably not relevant for everybody, and it's not my place to share anyway, but point is, Virgo, what I'm trying to say is you probably had some really interesting insights over the last couple of days. When there's a lot going on in the world, I notice my dreams tend to be affected. Probably yours too, especially when you have things like Mercury Kazemis happening in between eclipse windows. It's kind of some wild astrology, I'm not going to lie. But anyway, what we have going on for you right now. We're coming into the week with the King of Cups. All right. This is feeling emotionally stable, emotionally grounded and anchored. You're mature enough to deal with the psychic milieu that's rolling around in the air right now. You can handle it, right? You're grounded, you're anchored. You've got you still have access to the deep. You still have the ability to dive into the subconscious to do whatever inner work needs to happen, but you're still anchored and grounded. And I really love about the symbolism of this card. It's literally like a mountain that's poking up out of the sea. Just hold that still for a second. You can see the whale and the red ship and the sea. Jenny, you're late. I just mentioned you. But anyway. So, but actually you're not late because, yeah. But also hype it up. Okay, yes, hype it up. Jenny. Okay. You're actually not late though because I haven't gotten to Gemini or Aries. Like, okay. Okay. So Virgo. Coming into this week grounded, okay? But at the same time, there's an undercurrent. We're going to keep with the theme of water because there's the Five of Cups. So, starting out really grounded, really solid, but there's an undercurrent. Now, the Five of Cups, to me, is talking about hunger and desire and not being totally satisfied. It's interesting. It is a It's actually the card for the decan where this lunar eclipse is occurring. Hold on. Let me show you. I'm late. You're so sweet. Oh, sorry. Where the sun will be. So the first decan here is the Five of Cups. The middle decan is the sixth, and the third decan is the seven. Okay, and then 8, 9, and 10 are Pisces, and 2, 3, and 4 are in Cancer. Okay, so anyway, this Five of Cups is interestingly enough, the eclipse is at 5 degrees. So that's kind of weird, but interesting. So anyway, the sun is lighting up this decan when we have the eclipse. Okay, so it talks to me about hunger and desire and how none of those things can be truly fully satisfied, right? You can eat and be full, right? You can eat really good things, have lots of veggies and protein and stay full for a long period of time, but you will always become hungry again. You can achieve some desire, but you will always desire more, right? That is the nature of the hunger and the desire that Scorpio talks about, that the Five of Cups talks about. With that said, to me, I really feel like, Virgo, that you already have a good solid base of emotional maturity here. The biggest thing is that there's something here that you need to let go of that wasn't serving you anyway, and was effectively poison at the end of the day. See how that liquid coming out of that cup's brown? That's so sweet. It'll be a while. You got some time. I tend to go pretty slow, so. But anyway, Virgo. Allow what needs to pass. Take in for sustenance what you need to take in for sustenance. Grieve the passing of what didn't work out, right? Allow just things to flow. I can't see my hands, but now you can. Allow things to flow. Because at the end of the day, you're manifesting something really important. You're bringing into reality something really important. And in order to do so, you need to have a good, solid understanding of all four, not emotions, all four elements. And it seems like this week we're working a little bit more on water for you. And that's, there's nothing wrong with that. And since the sun and that stellium will be in your third house, I really want to place an emphasis here on communicating what's coming up and what you're feeling. And especially with the card from Mercury, the Magician, coming out as well. Wow, there's 10 in the chat, so there's another one. Really be working on communicating and expressing what needs to be expressed and allowing that to flow outwards from you rather than keeping it in, which again, coming back to the King, I really feel like you've already got a good handle on that, so it's nothing to stress out or worry about, but as things come up, just remember to release them. Don't sit on it. Don't shove it down. It's cute. Okay. Do 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 do. Leo. Okay, Leo. Bow, 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 bow. I don't know what that sound was. It's fine. Okay, so Leo. So for Leo risings out there, you guys have had an interesting time. Okay, so Leo rising. The last year's worth of eclipses were happening on the 4th and 10th axis. All right. So that's major changes in your home life and major changes in your public life. Okay. Or even just trying to stabilize one while the other is changing. This is kind of how this tends to play out. You could have had new additions or additions leaving your home, and changes to public status over this time period. Lots of different stuff like that could be could have been happening for the last year. And again, the specific details are really chart dependent, all right? They're really personally dependent upon different factors going on in your own chart, okay? So this final Taurus eclipse is like wrapping up this whole process that has been going on for the last little bit. There is something coming to a close, and there's some kind of finality here with this eclipse here, which is good, right? This is actually a good thing. Change is really necessary, but constant change all of the time when it feels really chaotic is not easy to deal with. It's really hard on your nervous system, right? So it's like, I don't know, I kind of get the sense for some of the Leo risings out there that this will be like the ability to just purge something and move on from some kind of thing that might have been dampening your personal reputation or your public reputation or your career. And especially because Jupiter's here, it's like we can move on from something and cut something out in order to look better even. And that doesn't have to be the goal, right? Doesn't have to be the goal, but that just is kind of how the 10th house is. It's reputation is all about how you look, really, at the end of the day. Or the values that you stand for, or the virtues that you end up not just championing. Ugh. It's not just about what you say, it's about how you act and the actions that you take, right? Okay. That's what I'm trying to say. All right. The stellium down in the fourth, though, this is really intense, right? There's, as I was saying at the beginning, and I know not all of you were there for the beginning, so I'm just going to repeat it again. The symbolism of Mercury and Mars here with Sun, but invisible, right? So they're under the beams of the sun, we can't see them, is symbolic of like secrets being passed between the two. Right? It's hidden, it's behind the scenes. It's like secretive advice, or there's just something going on at home in the fourth house, right? That could be similar to some kind of internal initiation, or right, because that's a secretive thing, or I don't know, like there's just something being added or something being brought in that is not public yet, and that's okay. It doesn't have to be public. But anyway, there's a chapter closing with your 10th house, and that's really the main focus of this week, is this 10th house closing out deal. So if you don't have something that you consider to be a career, right? If you're a little bit stuck on that, you're like, okay, I'm not necessarily, like, let's say you're a stay-at-home mom or a stay-at-home dad or whatever, or you're retired even. I don't know if I have anybody that watches that's in retirement, but regardless, the 10th house is tied to your reputation, yes, but it can also be things that you do really, really well that you've gained some kind of a name for, right? So it's what you're known for. So you could be known as the stay-at-home mom. Like that can be your career or your job. You can be known as let's say you've won some knitting championships. I don't know if that's a thing, but but it is now. Okay. You're not necessarily getting paid for it, but you're known for it, okay? That's the 10th house. All right, just needed to clarify that. Now, what's up? I could see Chance competing in a knitting championship and just owning everybody. That'd be really funny, actually. Oh gosh. All right. Whew. That's all I can see in my head right now is just Chance with with his big fucking biceps, and he's a giant, right? So Chance with these little old ladies in this like knit off. Damn it, Betty, you stole my yarn. Like, okay. Whew. Oh man. Oh, fuck. They call me Nitty Kitty. That's Litty Titties. Holy fuck. Whew. Okay, focus. Focus. Thank you, Leo, for bringing the play back. I appreciate you. Oh my god. I really just needed to shuffle that long to stop laughing. That was it. Okay, focus. Focus. All right, Leo. What do the cards say? Really, I look forward to. Oh, nice. I really look forward to seeing how the fixed signs move on from this eclipse period and develop in response to the changes that have happened. Okay, what's really interesting, Leo, is you've got two kings so far. All right. Oh, there's a third card. I would have laughed really hard. Okay, all right, it's not that. All right, so we got two kings. We got all right, we got the King of Pentacles and we have the King of Cups. So two kings. Not three, just two. And then the Four of Wands. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. So I want to relay something that was mentioned earlier in a chat. It wasn't my chat. It was the Universe chat. Rachel had said, this is important because a Leo rising just popped into the chat, so I need to say it. Rachel had said, what the fuck did she say? Where is it? Bam, 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 bam. Ugh. Chance, I just want to say thank you for your consistency. You work so hard and it's really grounding. Bam. Bam. Leo. Not just Chance, okay? Leo. The work that you do is grounding. You have a Taurus on your fucking 10th house, okay? It's grounding for people. They need to see it. There's so many themes with Taurus. It's a little bit luxurious. It's a little bit artistic. It's very feminine. It's very lunar. It's very nurturing in some way. The work that you do and the work that you put out is that way for lots of people. That's what they see when they see your channel or when they see your work. Not just Chance, right? All the Leo risings out there. It's grounding in some way. And they need to see it, right? So keep that up. And I really feel like, as I was kind of hinting at with the eclipses, this closing chapter eclipse, this final lunar eclipse in Taurus, it's not like some kind of like hard ending. It's just that you're moving on to some kind of new phase or changing things up. And Jupiter is there during the eclipse, so it's definitely not a bad ending. But anyway, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Don't allow the energy of the eclipse to make you totally stop. Just kind of like, play with it a little bit. Then we got the King of Cups. The King of Cups, I think this is really fascinating because we've got the Moon's position, all right, Taurus, and then the Sun's position in Scorpio. They came out together. To me, this is just saying that it's really important to focus on both, right? The public and the private, all right? Just as grounding as your public works might be for a lot of people, it's still really important to make sure that you're grounded at home. And like, obviously it's not an earth sign, but you know what I mean. It's not an earth sign, but the King of Cups is sitting on a throne of stone in the middle of the ocean. He's still grounded. Okay. Anyway. Eclipses and crazy celestial events can sometimes throw us off our rocker a little bit, but as long as we take the necessary time to do whatever is necessary really for us to bring ourselves back to our center so we can continue moving forward, and balance out both sides of those houses, we're doing good. We're doing good. And I Love the Four of Wands coming out at the end. This is a Venus and Aries card. It's really, to me, talks about harmonization and celebration. So it's a fire card, okay? So fire, we're talking about passion and lust and creativity. And with Aries in particular, since this is an Aries card, it's about individuation and doing your own thing and going on your own path. But once you get to the four, it's about realizing that you can't do it alone. You have to do it with other people. And cultivating the charm and the charisma and the ability to smooth talk people, not to manipulate them, but to get them inspired to play on your team. Right? To support you, to do it with you as a team effort, right? Not as just a you versus me all the time kind of thing. This is a definite talent that some people have. Some people are just born able to do that. Some people have to develop it. But that inspiring act is really what it means to be a good leader, right? To be able to get people to work with you on the same team. So that's really a really beautiful thing. And it's nice to see it at the end of this reading, especially in the middle of eclipse season with some crazy friggin' eclipses going on because and crazy world events at the same time, because it kind of just tells me that, Leo, you are still grounded, and that is a really positive, beautiful thing. So continue to do exactly what you've been doing up till this point, and continue to get people to work with you on your team. You know what I mean? Both inside the home and outside of the home. So that's it. All right, Cancer. Cancer. My goodness, are we gonna make it under 3 hours? What? I just jinxed it, I know. Okay. So Cancer rising. Okay. So for you guys, Cancer rising, the solar eclipse was in your 4th house, okay? So you're beginning to see eclipses on your 4th and 10th axis. If you need words of advice, talk to a Leo rising. a Leo or an Aquarius rising. They just had this crazy eclipse cycle going on in their 4th and 10th houses, but you're most likely to hear them tell you, hey, it's all good. It's going to help realign you to where you need to be going. At the end of the day, that's what it's about. That's what eclipses do. Even when they bring in crazy events or things that you don't really particularly want to happen, you can't control it. They're going to happen. So allow it and go with the flow, because approximately every 4.5 years or so, you have eclipses on this axis, and it brings changes. All right. So anyway, this lunar eclipse is happening in your 11th house. So, like I said, this is like a final closing chapter, right? We're wrapping up this particular Taurus Scorpio eclipse series, and thank God. It felt really heavy, but I don't know, maybe that's just my personal that could be just my personal stuff leaking out. It felt heavy for me but anyway. For you guys, this is happening in your 11th house. So this 5th, 11th house axis has, I don't know, there's some interesting themes here. These are sometimes associated with money, in that the 5th house is like your risky investments, gambling, hedonism in general, which can cost a lot of money, but also, you can make a lot of money from that type of behavior as well if you do it right. If there's a right way to do it, I don't know. And the 11th house is considered to be like long-term investments, but also your wishes, your hopes, your dreams. If you're rewarded or given anything as a reward for hard work done or from something that you've done in the 10th house. So this can be affecting finances, but also the 11th house is really associated with, at the end of the day, the people that we align ourselves with, that perhaps we share some values with, that help us climb socially in some way. They help propel us towards those wishes and hopes and dreams. They so it's not just like your friend groups. It's a little bit more nuanced than that. It's only your friend groups if your friend groups help you somehow with your 10th house. So it's more accurate to say like your network or your if you belong to any groups that specifically help you with some goal that you have. That's the 11th house. So with the lunar eclipse here and the last one in Taurus, we're closing out a chapter here. This can be kind of bittersweet, right? Especially for Cancer. Cancer is ruled by the moon. The moon is exalted in the sign of Taurus. Jupiter's there. There's definitely some sweet aspects to this, right? But it is an eclipse, so there's bittersweet. It's like bittersweet. It's like there's some lovely raw honey in the tea, but at the end of the day, it's like a wormwood tea. It's really bitter. That's actually a perfect comparison because it kills parasites. So at the same time, it's like you're purging something out, you're leaving behind something that you thought was going to help you further yourself and reach some really powerful goals, but it's necessary, and it's like things really need to be weeded out, things really need to be purged out at this particular point in time. I guess that's all I can really say about that. Good luck. Oh man. Okay. So Cancer, what do we got for cards? Oh man. Who sings that song? Hold on. I got an earworm. Some people call me a space cowboy. Yeah, I have to look it up. Steve Miller. Okay. Thank you for indulging me for a second. Steve Miller. Some people call me a space cowboy. Some call me a gangster of love. All right, that distraction out of the way, Cancer. What are some cards for you? What do we got? 11th house lunar eclipse, the final one in the series. Dun dun dun. Yeah, I can't get over the bittersweet feeling, the sensation. It's like there's relief mixed in with sadness. But always remember, when eclipses remove something, so if they remove something, when they remove something, it's making space. All right. And I feel like Cancer, of everybody, really understands that, of like the process of emptying out in order to fill again. Yeah. Oh, snap. Yeah, I have not seen this new series yet that you're about to demystify, so that'll be interesting. Okay. So Cancer. Interesting. So, yes. moving on from something. That's one of the meanings of this card anyway. Moving on away from something. In some decks, this is called the Lord of Science, which is really interesting that there's nothing scientific looking at all about, about the image on this card. But to me, it's about finally balancing out some of the variables that have been eluding you, figuring them out, and then correcting them, and like being able to move on from a really difficult problem or a really difficult situation, and finally like smooth sailing ahead because you've figured out the perfect formula, basically. And then we got 2 4s, double 4, bam bam. The 4 of Cups and the 4 of Wands again. So interesting. There's that bittersweet feeling right there. Right? Right there. Okay. Let's start here with the 4 of Cups. The 4 of Cups, we see themes of just getting too comfortable, right? Like just being way too comfy. What happens when you have everything given to you? When you have all of your needs taken care of, you don't have to pay or work or put in effort into anything. It's just there for you, already in front of you. Number 1, you get really bored really fast. Number 2, you get really complacent, so that you're not moving forward anymore. You're not pushing yourself in any way. So anytime I see the 4 of Cups comes out, I kind of get the sense that there's something that, 4 in and of itself is kind of like, it's a pretty stable thing. It's a square, right? It's like, okay, this is kind of stable right now. That's good. But at the same time, there's only so long that you can stay at that plateau before something has to come in and fuck it all up in order to inspire forward movement, right? In order to get you to start moving, to inspire momentum. So that's kind of where you're at right now, right? There's a bit of a plateau. There's a bit of a lull in movement. And it's kind of there's kind of like a little bit of bitterness I feel in this card as well. It's like you're so full up that you're not even paying attention to or or even able to appreciate some of the other opportunities or gifts or boons that are otherwise being presented to you, right? Like I said, this eclipse is happening in the 11th house of hopes and wishes and dreams. So it's like you can't even appreciate all of the wishes and dreams that are being fulfilled at the rate that they're being fulfilled, because it's almost like it's too much. And like there's something that needs to like be emptied out first. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Anyway, then the 4 of Wands comes in. I love the 4 of Wands here. It's really nice to end another reading with the 4 of Wands because there's, again, this sense of working with other people. Like I said, with the emptying out aspect of eclipses, the clearing away aspect of eclipses, it's making room, right, for team members, for you, in this case, Cancer, for team members that are actually going to be aligned with your values, that are actually going to really help propel you forward, right? Not by enabling or not by just giving everything to you, but giving you the opportunity so that you can do it yourself, so you can really grow and transform and shine, I guess. So if there is loss associated with this season or there's any kind of sadness coming up, that's okay. Allow that to be, allow it to flow. But as soon as you're able to remember and maybe even shift focus into who are the people that are around me right now or that I can make alignments with right now that will be on my team, right? They will do it with me. They will help me pretty up and harmonize the place. They will help me propel myself towards the bigger picture that I've been striving towards. They're going to help you with the long-term investment, not the short-term fun. Yes. Okay. Gemini. It's a weird noise just now. Okay. Gemini. So, for you guys, first solar eclipse in Libra was in your 5th house. All right. So, this 5th, 11th axis is what's going to be lit up next by the eclipses. But for now, this week anyway, we must deal with this final lunar eclipse first. Dun dun dun. So, final lunar eclipse in Taurus. Now, quick recap. I said a bunch of stuff at the beginning. It's okay if you didn't tune into that. It's fine. Because I'm just going to repeat it anyway. Jupiter is here with the eclipse. Okay. So, Jupiter co-present with an eclipse. What they say in the ancient texts, okay, is that automatically makes it so that the eclipse is less bad. Reading ancient texts is always really fun, except it's not. There's a lot of fear mongering, I'm not gonna lie. But anyway, Jupiter here is a really positive sign. Okay, it makes it so that, and Jupiter retrograde is interesting. I'll comment on that in a moment. It makes it so that whatever is being removed or eclipsed out of your life through the eclipse, that there is a bigger plan. There's something that is healing about it or soothing about it, right? It's almost like at the same time as something is being carved out or taken away, that there's like this I get this sense of like, especially in the 12th house for you in the subconscious, I get the sense of like you're bringing up things to the surface from your subconscious so that, like, specifically for the purpose of healing it, specifically for that purpose. Jupiter there is going to really help exponentially with that process. Okay. So this whole stellium going on in your 6th house, really interesting. Really, I just feel like, okay, number one, your chart ruler is involved. Okay, so if you're a Gemini rising, Mercury's involved with the stellium and is involved in the eclipse. But he's hidden. He's behind the scenes. You can't see him right now. He's slowly making the transition to be an evening star, which is kind of cool, but we're not going to... What the fuck? Okay, so my radiator's making really funny noises. Can you guys hear that? That's weird. It's like someone's doing work. Holy shit. Can you guys hear it? If you can't, I'm just gonna try and ignore it. Fuck. Oh no. That scared me, honestly. That actually startled me. Okay, anyway. Fuck. So that's really fucking annoying. But anyway, it's always something, I swear to God. All right, so Mercury and Mars are invisible right now. All right. The symbolism of this is really interesting, okay, because they're invisible. So how you would kind of say that is they're still there, but they're hidden. Okay, both Mars and Mercury are hidden. So I'm kind of reading that as like there's like a secret meeting, or there's information being passed, like notes in the classroom going back and forth between the students and the teacher's not aware of it or whatever, that kind of thing. It's kind of secretive. And considering both of these houses do have associations with pretty gnarly things like hidden enemies and stuff, don't be surprised if you somehow run into a scenario where, let's say, there's like gossip or rumors being spread around the office or something like that. That would be a really good, normal, modern day example of secretive stuff being passed around. Okay, so anyway, should that come up, not everybody's going to experience that, but should that come up, and especially since you're involved, hi Gemini, just ignore it, right? Don't perpetuate that garbage. Okay, anyway, instead focus on what it brings up for you psychologically, right? What does it bring up for you psychologically? Because really, this is where the focus needs to be. Not on the petty stuff, all right, but on the effects that it's having on your psyche, right? So obviously, this isn't going to be true for everybody that has Gemini rising, but you could run into a similar theme, right? A similar archetype. Um, Anyway, regardless, this is the closing of a chapter for this particular cycle. So maybe on Saturday, give yourself a little bit of extra time to just maybe journal about it, or find some way to maybe do some kind of like a little ceremony for yourself or something of that nature that is symbolic of closing down a chapter. You know, you could like, since it's an earth sign, I don't know, just as uh, one possible suggestion, you could practice like burying something, right? Something that's symbolic to you, um, that represents some of the difficulties that you've experienced, right? You could try burying something, or you know, just play with the element of earth in some way. Oh, hey, what's up, Stacy? Yeah. Do an exorcism on the radiator. It sounds like it honestly, it sounds like somebody's using a drill or something. I don't know, it's the weirdest shit ever. Okay. Be gone, demon. Fuck. Dude, I just want quiet streaming space. Like, is that too much to ask for? Fuck. Apparently it is. All right. Oh, a bunch of you guys were at what was it called? Flattoberfest? A bunch of flurfers, cuties. I hope you guys had fun. I know Stacy was there. I don't know who else was there, but some people were there. Okay. Anyway, Gemini. That's fun. Tell everybody I said hi. All right. Cancer, Cancer. No, not Cancer. I'm talking to a Cancer. We want Gemini. Put that back. Gemini. Okay, Gemini, come on. I know you're under the sun right now, but usually you have more to say than this. What the heck? All right, that's cool. Ace of Cups. Okay, Gemini, cool cards. I like this. Ooh, underneath the deck. You're the only one I've shown underneath the deck today, but it happens to be Mercury, so that's pretty badass. Okay. So we have the Ace of Cups, Temperance, your partner card for Sagittarius, and the Five of Wands. Alrighty. So what I'm seeing with this, Gemini, is that there's a lot of love here. Okay, a lot of love here. divine love, love from other people, doesn't really matter. You are overflowing. That's the Ace of Cups. 11 in the chat right now. Love it. Beautiful. You are overflowing, right? The Ace of Cups can be talking about new feelings developing for somebody or something, or even just, I don't even really see it as that, especially not with the astrology right now. It's more like you are overflowing with, not like lust, but like real love, like true love. It's, it's a magical feeling. It's not a fleeting thing either. It's something that only comes after doing really serious work in the mud, right? This is a kind of self-love and a kind of self-care self-love that not many people receive right from an early age. Most people have to learn it themselves. And why do I say that? I'm noticing the lotuses at the bottom of the cup. You know, they grow in mud. I'm sure that's a very common thing most people know. But they don't grow out of the pretty grass, okay? They grow literally out of mud. Okay. Actually, I think they're water lilies. Regardless, still anchored in mud. Doesn't matter. Same symbolism. Okay. So I really like that. It kind of confirms the sense of like divine protection that I'm kind of like picking up, okay? Anyway, then we got the Temperance card. Temperance or alchemy. There's a couple of different ways, a couple of different names for this lady. There she is, taking that one cup and pouring it into another. I mean, there's so much you could say about each card. It's impossible. But I think the main points here is that this entire process, right, with the eclipses going off in the 12th, 6th house axis, has really led you to dig deep, okay, to dig deep internally and to do some really serious internal work. And that's really beautiful because it's beginning to show on the outside, okay? I think that's what temperance or art is another name for this card is really telling us here. It's like the work that you're doing, it might not be visible, right? It might not be like, wow, look at Gemini, you're shining so brightly right now. That's not really important right now. The important part is that you're doing it, okay? And you might not be seeing a lot of returns right away, but that's okay. It's not about that at the end of the day. It's about the healing process itself. And sometimes the healing process takes a long fucking time. Ending this reading with the Five of Wands, though, is interesting because I was just saying. It's crazy how this happens. I was just saying, like, hey, there might be some bickering or some rumors spreading or some kind of nefarious activity happening around you or in a place you're employed with or people that, don't have your best interests at heart. I want you to ignore that shit completely, okay? The Five of Wands coming out right after these two really beautiful cards is kind of like, it's like now that you've kind of gained some internal balance, it's like Spirit's gonna test you. That's kind of how it feels like. Spirit's gonna test you a little bit. So don't fall for the bait, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Don't fall for the bait. Just kind of like sail past it because you're already doing fucking fine. You don't need to get involved into the muck right now, especially because, I don't know, just especially because this is the closing chapter eclipse. It's like, do what you gotta do, but don't get dragged down if you don't need to be. So I hope that makes sense for oh, a bunch of nerds in the chat. Yeah, okay. I'm glad you guys are getting a chance to hang out, though. That's actually really cool. All right. J-Lo. Stacy is the most disco lady I've ever not met in person. Okay. Taurus. Finally, bull gang. We made it. We made it. We might make it under 3 hours. Unless people have sent stuff for personal readings, which actually I should double check. So hold on. Before I do Taurus, let me just double check. No, okay. Whew. But yeah, okay, I can go longer. So if you guys are hanging out and you want to do a personal reading, instructions are in the box below. We definitely have the time for it, so feel free if you would like. Yeah, love you too, buddy. Okay. Taurus. Polymathing. Yes. Stacy, I want to tell you about a little lady that I met back in my church days. She was one of the youth pastors, and she was a hippie. Okay, and I've since run into her since then. Later on in my adult years, and it turns out she's like a truther. And I was like, I knew it. But anyway, so this little lady, she wasn't that old. Okay, she's really not that old. I just, for whatever reason, that word "little" is just sticking out. But anyway, so she was the youth pastor for this church. Okay, technically it was a Baptist church, but we did a lot of things that like are not common in Baptist churches, like standing up and singing and clapping, and we had like a live band with like a guitar and a hot drummer and stuff like that. So anyway, so this lady was the youth pastor, and she had this Volkswagen van, you know the one, and in it she had it decked out on the inside and the outside with all this hippie disco stuff. So she had like shag carpet pillows and like these funky tie-dye curtains and like just all these like soft plush things that were like super disco-y looking. And she was just the coolest lady I've ever met. It turns out what she did for work was she worked for the movie industry, developing set design. So she was like super artistic, made really good money doing that, and was like the biggest hippie, and I love it. So cool. Anyway, you remind me of her, especially with your van, adventure. I'm like, you and that lady would get along, I think. Um, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I like that lady. Okay, Taurus, sorry. I had to go on the little rabbit hole there describing plush carpet pillows because it was necessary. It's a fond memory. And anytime Stacy's talking about her van, I think of that lady and I'm like, should contact her. Tell her what's up. Okay, Taurus. So now that you're all picturing this super awesome hippie van, let's talk about the astrology for you. Donut. What's up, Donut? All right. Taurus. Finally, final lunar eclipse in your sign. I know you're just as excited as I am. Yeah, so this time period where you've been having the eclipses in these houses, lots of changes going on, haven't there? Haven't there been? It's a pivotal time period to have the eclipses going on in your first house. It's no question about it, okay? So solar eclipse that just happened, that was in your sixth house. So we're slowly transitioning into the 6/12 axis for you, which honestly is going to feel like a huge relief compared to having the eclipses in your first and seventh house. So be thankful. there's still going to be changes, right? They're still going to affect you, but not nearly as powerfully as this series did. So you've got this crazy stellium in the seventh house. It's not really that crazy, like, oh, okay, Mercury and Sun, wow. But then Mars, hey. And then it's facing off with this stellium in your first house. So for Saturday, okay, that's when the lunar eclipse will be on Saturday. Think of this as closing a door on a very potentially tumultuous phase. I can't use words right now, I guess. There's a pretty big phase, right? A pretty intense amount of changes occurred for you guys between you and maybe even if you have a partner, a significant other, they probably went through a significant amount of changes as well. But finally, this is like closing a door on that. We're finishing things up. We're wrapping things up for this time period. Now, if you happen to have your ascendant degree right, like, I don't know, 2 degrees away from the eclipse, which is at 5, so say from 2 or 3 degrees to 7 or 8 degrees of Taurus, this is going to be much more significant of an eclipse. If not, it's still going to be powerful. Okay, as long as your ascendant degree is within Taurus, it's still going to be a powerful one. Okay, now, don't fear, Jupiter is here. Jupiter being co-present with the eclipse is super helpful. It makes it so that whatever kind of negative effects might have happened, they'll be a lot significantly lessened by the fact that Jupiter is there. Okay. So rejoice. This is like the closing of a major chapter, right? This was this is not a little deal, all right? And this stellium versus stellium thing going on right now is not a little deal either. But it's nothing to be worried or afraid of. Especially since you have the protection of good old Jupiter here, and Venus is trining the eclipse as well. So it's like, meh. Yeah, Saturn's involved, but so is Venus and so is Jupiter. So they do a lot to assist us. Really, how that happens is we'll find allies that can help us through different difficult situations, right? Like Jupiter in the first house is symbolic of you just stepping up to the plate and being able to manage and handle whatever's happening right there, or receiving some kind of piece, some words of wisdom from somebody that really help kind of propel you through to the other side. And then Venus in the fifth house, how you would see that is like, well, that's your chart ruler actually. So it'd be kind of like actually finding a creative outlet for whatever comes up during the eclipse is really one of the best ways to deal with it for anybody, but especially for you, Taurus, since Venus is in the fifth. So finding a creative outlet and pouring some of the emotional intensity of the eclipse into your artwork, please do. We would love to see the the outcome of that. It'll be magic. So, yeah. You had a slumber party in your van? Sick. Oh, thanks, Phoenix Rules. What's up? Donut's got some fans. You guys are sweet. Okay. So Taurus. Honestly, I'm excited for you guys. That was a lot. That was a lot of stuff to change over a very short amount of time. So this lunar eclipse on Saturday is, I think, going to be, I mean, on one hand it's like, well, it's an eclipse, so it's kind of intense, but it'll be relieving at the same time, right? So, all right, what do we got for Taurus? Might not be under 3 hours. Dang it. It's okay. Taurus is gonna take their sweet time. God, every time. I should just change how I shuffle and just pull cards, but that is less fun, so I don't want to. Yeah, you do. Okay. Polymath is into the shovel. Okay, that's good. All right, fair enough. I've seen streams where they like pre-pick the cards and then come on stream and just talk about what they picked, and I'm like, boo. Oh. Okay, first card out. Taurus. You are coming into the reading like the Queen of Cups. I freaking love this deck. It's such a fascinating detail to me that she's holding her lid shut. There's little baby mermaids on her throne too, which is cute. I just noticed that. Okay. Okay. The rest of the cards are being quiet. Except for the Emperor that just flew across my room. Okay, Emperor, all right. Got an interesting cast forming here for you, Taurus. We got the Queen of Cups. Very much a motherly figure. She's very psychically in tune, very connected, empathetic, but not so overly empathetic that it's like gross. You know what I mean? She's compassionate, but not so much that has like idiot compassion. Big difference there. You can be compassionate, but you still need to have boundaries, okay? Queen of Cups, this one anyway, this deck, she's got some boundaries. Let's ignore my dirty fingernail. She is just as grounded as the King of Cups, but the more feminine aspect. So she's more likely to receive information and more likely to receive, we'll leave it at that, information. But you also have the Empress coming out. Sorry, not Empress, Emperor coming out. The archetype of Aries, individuation. Maybe Taurus, what's going on here is that with these eclipses in the first seventh, you've been really learning all about how to balance me versus we. And this lunar eclipse in your first house is kind of like cementing for yourself some of your own needs. And there's the third card. The Page of Wands. Okay, so there it is. So you've come into this reading, come into this week, into this time period even, very compassionate, very caring, very willing to give and assist other people with what they've got going on. But also like needing to develop something on your own first, right? Or not even first, just like needing to pull back a little bit in order to do more self-development. Thus the Emperor card coming out. The Emperor card is the sovereign, right? He is the epitome of the divine masculine principle of I am, I do, I just yang all the way, baby. Yang all the way. So there's been this need to balance caring for others and maybe even caring for a community, but also really needing to focus on the self and furthering your own individuality, your own personality, your own goals, your own dreams. And now with this eclipse kind of like closing out this process, we have this page, the Page of Wands. He's about to go on his own adventure. He's going on his own adventure. It's like beginning a new process. Maybe this isn't even the first time you've done this. Maybe you've gone on many adventures in the past, but this time, this time there's a purpose. This time there is, it's less about playing around and more about, well, you've got a goal and a destination in mind, and there's a process that you know you have to undergo. It's like finally you're taking the steps forward to actually do that, and you've gone on this adventure and you're going to do your own thing. And turns out it's a lot harder than it might look at first. You want to embody this emperor role, but you're coming in as a page right now, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's okay. In fact, it's probably advantageous in a lot of scenarios to take a beginner's mind into that scenario. Um, Number one, nobody likes to know it all, but also you have more of an opportunity to learn and to garner real wisdom from people if you come in with a beginner's mind to something. So have fun with the adventure, Taurus. This is kind of exciting. Starting over again, I just really want to emphasize it's not a bad thing. It is just a natural part of life, this constant cycle of completing things and starting new things and leaving things in a state of uncompletion, needing to go back to them. Um, yeah, I think I would just say like don't forget your roots, right? Don't leave your roots behind completely. Remember that the empathy and the compassion and the sweetness that you started off with are still really important, and those are important skills you're going to need to carry with you and kind of like temper the fire a little bit with. Um, and otherwise, oh, just have fun with it. Heck yeah, Taurus, you got this. It looks like an interesting eclipse week, so heck, let's do it. Why do you stay hidden, J-Lo? Aries. Aries. Yes. Speaking of the sovereign, we're back. Okay, Aries. So for you guys, um, good times. Just call it wraps. No, just kidding. All right, Aries. So the solar eclipse, all right, the new eclipse cycle that's slowly transitioning its way in is going to be on your first and seventh axis, right? So the the Aries eclipse right on the equinox, that was kind of your introduction. And then we just had the first Libra solar eclipse at 21 degrees of Libra. Welcome to the party. Good luck, have fun. Uh, no, seriously though, eclipses on that first seventh axis often bring some pretty intense changes to life. And I mean, not always, but often. Um, you're just getting a taste of that, right? The things are beginning to change for you. Um, so always interesting. Now with that solar eclipse happening in the seventh, one thing that I do want you to be aware of is that you might actually see things happen in your partner's life if you have any kind of spouse or even business partner, or even if you're like living with somebody and you're not yet married or whatever, you might actually see the changes happening in their life, things being eclipsed out of their life when it happens in the seventh house. Okay, so just kind of hold on to that idea a little bit. It's not always 100% going to be something in your life that happens when it's in the seventh house. Okay, but it is by extension because it's your spouse's or partner's life, right? That could be things like firing and gaining a new business partner, you know, or it could be like your spouse is experiencing a loss in the family or something like that. It doesn't have to be always you, especially when it's in the seventh house. Okay, so anyway, lunar eclipse happening in the second house. All right, so this Saturday coming up, lunar eclipse in the seventh house. Lunar eclipse is a full moon, right? So we're always dealing with some kind of manifestation or closing out of a cycle, something coming to a culmination point, right? This second eighth house axis, this is where the eclipses have been happening for the last year and a bit. So when it comes to the second house, the second eighth axis, we're talking about resources primarily, right? Your possessions, your values and valuables, as Gemini Brett likes to say. That second house has a lot to do with not just your income and what you believe about money and finances and resources in general, but also has to do with expenses. Like it's both in and out, right? It's the entire budget, and not just the fun parts of cashing checks, right? So anyway, having an eclipse on this axis in the second house it could just be like, okay, a really big reality check about what you're spending or not spending, and how, it might be really helpful, especially with Jupiter here, to sit down with somebody that can advise you, right? That's Jupiter's role, can advise you on how to structure those things, how to structure those finances or structure that income or those resources, that can help you take inventory even, to just set yourself up for more future, or for more for more success in the future. Okay, so you might find yourself purging things, getting rid of things in order to make space for something different. In fact, actually, I would not be surprised if that was kind of what a lot of people were doing around this full moon, is just getting rid of stuff, getting rid of junk that you just don't need anymore. Oh yeah, this is the weekend before Halloween. Yo. All right, that's going to be interesting. Speaking of Halloween and candy and things that we put in our mouth, that is a second house signification as well. So, I don't know. I kind of feel like some of this eclipse energy for you is going to be more about like going through what you currently have, taking inventory of what you currently have, getting rid of what's unnecessary, and like maybe even how that translates into money for some of you will be like paring down your budget and like kind of streamlining it a little bit, because that's the nature of eclipse, is to get rid of and to eclipse things out, right? To make them hidden, or to take them out, to cut them out. But definitely like sit down with somebody that can give you solid advice on how to do it in a successful way. Somebody that's done it a number of times already themselves. They have some kind of expertise in that field. They can help you, especially with that retrograde motion, go back and look at the patterns of the past in order to like correct things going forward into the future. Because I would imagine with the eclipses that have been on this axis for the last little bit, that things around your money and your partner's money and the goals that you have together, and your own personal individual goals, and how those values intertwine or not, has probably been a big topic, right? So having a second or third opinion even about how to go about managing that can be super helpful, and probably very needed after those eclipses. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's the biggest thing that I have to say about that. Oh man. But it's like not even serious singing, it's like silly singing. Okay. Aries. Speaking of singing and childlike things, Aries, haha. um, we pulled out Guitar Hero the other day. I'm trash for now. I'm thankful for the people and the things that remind me to play, like people with Aries energy do. Okay. Aries and Gemini energy. You guys are the easily the biggest influences on whether or not I will play or not. All right, Aries. So, second house eclipse. What do we got for cards here? Just like one or two would be great. Not like half the deck. Thank you. Oh, something just turned over. Okay. Okay, all right. That's kind of trippy. This is the trippy part. Again. Four of Wands again. Okay. Double fours. Today is all about the double fours, apparently. All right, so Aries, we got the Four of Swords. Libra card. Interesting. That's where the solar eclipse occurred, was in the third decan of Libra. It's the Four of Swords. We also have the Lovers, representing Gemini. This card is also known as Decisions. And I already showed you this, but the Four of Wands. All right, so 4, 6, 4. 4, the twins, 4. This is a Libra card. This is an Aries card. Same decan looking at each other. So that's wild. Hold on, I need a minute to just bask in the craziness of that. What the fuck? That's insane. That is insane. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. What the fuck? Okay. Libra card. Lovers. Aries card. Aries and Libra are opposite on the wheel. They are natural partners. This is crazy. I can't even... Okay, Aries. This is all about the partnership. Yes, just went on a tangent about how the lunar eclipse in your second house is going to be about resources and all that stuff, but really it's all about it's leading into a time when the eclipses are on the first seventh axis, which is all about me and we, okay? It's all about you and your partner. You and your social relationship with other people. It's not even always spouse. It's actually more than that. That's wild. Out of how many cards in the deck? 78. The 3 that come out. Libra, Lovers, Aries. What the fuck? During an Aries read? That's insane. Okay, sorry, I'm done. Okay, so I really feel like these eclipses that just went off, okay, they're preparing you for the ones that are going to be in your first seventh axis. They're preparing you to look at the foundations of what makes a good partnership, not just on paper, not just with how you guys look together, not just with the emotion side of things, but like with the concrete 3D things as well, right? What is one of the leading causes of divorce? Money stuff. So I think it's really significant. So this full moon, really take my advice seriously about sitting down with somebody that knows what they're doing, has some solid experience with like helping people structure financial things, because it's going to be really important as you get into the eclipse season and you're experiencing the first seventh house eclipses next round, right? So yeah, like the Four of Swords is about needing to do a little bit more research. Really, that's one of the meanings. Anyway, one of the significations. It's about taking a step back before you touch or do anything, gathering as much information as possible, but also like sleeping on it a minute, right? Not acting on it, not necessarily pushing any buttons or turning any knobs or gears, just kind of like letting it chill for a second as things kind of come back into the center, finding your own center, okay? Then you got the Lover's card, which is all about decisions. It's all about the separate paths that we walk that sometimes end up intermingling and coming back together, but not always. And then we got the Four of Wands, which is about harmonizing and working as a team and bringing things that were separate back together again so that, you know, harmony can ensue. I'm trying to think of a better word. But that's essentially it. And by the way, underneath the deck, we got the Ace of Pentacles to really underscore the money side of things. That's fucking annoying. Um, so, wow. Yeah. Um, it might feel like you're in a little bit of a limbo space right now, but that's okay. Things will pick up and really start moving. Um, and as they're moving, just remember that you're working as a team together, okay? And if you're not in a committed partnership, okay, so I'll speak to that. If you're not in any kind of a committed partnership, don't expect necessarily that the eclipse is going to promise that you're going to get into some kind of a relationship. That's not always how it works. It depends. Um, you might make some fated connections and you might meet some people that you may end up with down the road. Not always, though. Totally depends. But the point of the seventh house when you're not in any kind of a relationship, it's more about actually your social intercourse with other people, not just wives and husbands. It is a house of pleasure, actually. It is a house of mysticism. It is a house of finality and things coming to completion and actually endings. But we can get into that another time. The point is that if what I was saying about being in a partnership doesn't apply to you, that's okay. Don't worry about it. It's more about developing how you're going to work with others in a team sense. Okay. So this is about developing, yes, your own individuality, your own airiness, but also can you play nice with others? Can you harmonize with them? Can you remain your own individual while also working in a team setting or with other people in general in any sense, right? So that's pretty much it. But I really feel like the first way I was talking about this is going to hit home for most of you. Okay, that was it. Whew. What's up, Matt Moon? Me too, love you, buddy. Okay. Oh, Venus Neptune opposition. I should pick your brains about that sometime. Um, yeah, that's a good one. Okay, my friends. Kabam, we finished it. We did it. We survived. It's not 4 hours yet, so that's awesome. Any questions? Do you guys want me to go back over anything? Does anybody want a personal reading? Would love to do that for somebody. Um, do you want me to bring back up where it's visible? So shout out to Europe, Asia, and Australia and Africa. You guys are going to see the lunar eclipse. Um, I can bring back up that map if you'd like. Yeah, I got some time, so let's chill. What's up? What's happening? Any questions? I like questions. Oh, interesting, J-Lo. Would anybody like a by donation astro reading? Hey, happy 40th birthday, Copper. Um, yes. I just finished. That's okay. It'll be here though. It'll stay public, so you can always come back to it. Yeah, happy birthday, Scorpio. That's cool. So, a birthday in the middle of an eclipse window. That's kind of wild. What's up, Sevens? You're a little late to the party. I'm already done. Okay. Um. Oh, really? Was it like a tarot reading? Was it a tarot reading or an astrology reading? Oh, hey, all of WSW. Oh, sick. Oh, that's sweet. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. It was probably with Rachel. It was probably with Rachel. Yeah, sure. No worries, you guys. Um, I will do just for fun, especially since I'm like just coming back from a little bit of a break. I'll do the first 5 people. I'll do one card. Um, no charge. Just five. Because 5 is the number today, I guess. I don't know. I just picked 5 arbitrarily. Rachel is the bomb. Rachel is the bomb. You can tell her I said that. Today's number probably should have been 4 because we got a lot of 4s and it was weird. Um, yeah, I think I'll do that just for fun. Like by donation, you don't have to give me anything. Would you like me to look at the eclipse coming up in relation to your chart, or pull some cards? I'm feeling generous today. I don't want you guys posting your info in the chat though. So I'm Canadian and we're not allowed to have Venmo. So I only so for Americans, I'm pretty limited. You can either do it through Google, which kind of sucks cuz you're giving Google money. So it's like boo, but whatever. Or PayPal. Or when you want to do like a formal reading, my website, you can do any kind of credit card or whatever. So I don't have Venmo or Cash App. We don't have Cash App either. It's weird. Everyone's like, I could do Venmo or Cash App. I'm like, nope, I'm Canadian. That's trippy. All right, Jess. We'll go with you first. Okay, so let's see. I mean, you can put your info in the chat. Oh, hey Nicholas. Yeah, heck yeah. I better write this down. Oh no, I can pin them. Oh, Nicholas, I'm back. Okay. And I'll do there. I can star them. Ha 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 ha. Okay. All right. Jess. For the eclipse. Dun dun dun. Oh, thank you, JLo. Okay. Well, you want cards, so that's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry about the info. The info is just if you want me to look at chart. Oops. JLo, do you want me to spy? Am I spying on somebody for you? Is that what you want? Girl? You best have their consent. Okay. Fuck. Alright, Jess. And I have just been assuming that you're female, but I just realized that I have no idea. I was supposed to say miss, then I was like, oh. Maybe I should ask. Alright, Jess. Because, like, Jessie can be a boy's name or a girl's name. I don't know. Oh, I'm in Alberta. AB represent. It is snowing outside. Okay. Okay. Let me concentrate one at a time. One at a time. Jess. Oh. There it is. Oh. The Knight of Cups. Wow, wow, wow. Whoa. Okay. The Knight of Coins. 2 knights. Okay, Jess, what's going on with that? What's up with the 2 knights? You know. Okay, I have mini story. When I first heard the concept that court cards are real people and the pip cards are like situations and the major arcana are like in major archetypes or internal processes that we're going through, I was like, okay, yeah, all right. We'll see. And then when I started reading for people, and I stuck to that idea, I still had a lot of doubt that like multiple court cards meant multiple people. I was like, nah, they could all be you. But then, while reading for people, anytime I would suggest, oh, you're a dude. Okay, that's so funny. I'm so sorry. Anyway, anytime I would suggest that there was multiple people involved in whatever story was kind of like, no, it's all good. Anytime multiple court cards were there and I was like, hey, there's more than one person involved. This is one person, this is another person, and like pick your archetype. It would be freaking bang on every single time. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So it was funny because I didn't really even like fully believe that that was a thing, and then it just got proven as accurate multiple times. So anyway, you're one of these knights, Jess. You're either the Knight of Cups or the Knight of Pentacles. The Knight of Cups is much more about satisfying the pleasure principle. Okay, the Knight of Cups, they want to have a good time. They want to go have a couple beers after work. They want to go and do their thing. They are, you know, chasing the ladies around. If you were a chick, I'd be saying this completely differently, by the way. But anyway, they're much more about like, this is the fun thing. I want to do the fun thing, right? The Knight of Pentacles, way different archetype. He's practical. He's much more slow moving, right? He's much more interested in making sure that what he's established so far is stable before expanding out any further than that, right? He will, but only once he knows he can maintain the current status quo. So it's interesting. One of these is you. One of these is either your coworker or somebody else that you're dealing with this week. Or, I mean, sometimes it can be two archetypes that you're kind of bouncing in between, right? It's like, I want to be stable and grounded and like be like even keel, but at the same time, I really want to go and like have fun, right? So it could be either way, but anyway, one of them's you, one of them's somebody else. What are you guys doing? I need a card for context here. What's happening? I will laugh so hard if it's like with something work related and be like, well, that's you and your coworker. That'd be funny. Nope. Another court card. What the fuck? But what are you guys doing? Okay. This is the frustrating thing about just like little 3-card spreads is sometimes you get this kind of stuff where it's like they're all court cards. They're all different court cards. They're all different elements. There's definitely some interesting conversations between these archetypes, but I don't have any more context. It's frustrating, but okay. So we got these two knights. They're kind of like hot shots, you know. They're a little bit hot shots. The one guy. I'm just going to keep describing this and you tell me how close it is. The one guy gets it done quick so he can go and party. The other guy wants to get it done right so that he doesn't have to come back and do it again because he doesn't want to fuck it up. And he pays attention to the details. This guy, you know, he might pay attention to some details, but only if they're fun. And then here's the boss, the King of Swords. The King of Swords, he wants it done right. He wants it done right the first time. He wants you to listen to the instructions that he's given. The King of Swords is like, he's a master with communication. He's able to convey information so that people get it and it sinks in and he understands it. Sounds good, buddy. Okay, that's really funny. So then in your case, it's kind of like you're bouncing in between the two archetypes. So sometimes that happens. But anyway, boss man here is like, I don't really care about your party, okay? You can do that after work for now. Please just do it right the first time. And we can talk about the other fluff later. Okay. Oh my gosh, how does this relate to the eclipse? I have no idea. Well, okay, what's kind of beautiful about this, all right, is we've got these two knight characters and then a king character, all right? So it's actually like the one kind of uniting main kind of like character really of your psyche that kind of brings everybody in line is the King of Swords, and the other two are kind of like just jostling for position, but the King of Swords at the end of the day has the final say. And that's actually, I mean, that's kind of a good thing. The King of Swords is very decisive. They're, like I said, able to communicate and convey things in such a way that you actually understand right? He's able to ask the right questions. He's able to express all the different polarities of emotion, but in a mature way, and that's a really great place to be. So, congratulations, Jess. You seem even keeled, and I think it's okay to have these two kind of warring sides inside of yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. Both desires, both for like a stable material reality and pleasure, are valid, and both need to be. It's important to take that horse out for a spin every now and again, but take care of the plow horse at the same time. Okay. All right, that was fun. All right, who's next? Starred. Bam. Cooper. Copper. Not Cooper. Copper. Do you want me to look at astrology? Oh, you work with your dad? Oh, okay. Well, that's fun. Um, so before I move on to Copper, what I would say, me, my dad, my boss. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's funny. So you work with two dudes. One is your dad and the other is your boss. That's actually kind of neat. And then I pulled three male court cards. Sometimes the stuff is freaky. Um, there's pros and cons to each archetype, right? Um, each archetype has its virtues and its faults. Um, and I think that remembering that each kind of person, each member of the team brings their own unique kind of stuff to the table is important, and that helps you work better as a team. Be like, okay, I'm really good at the artistic side of things. That's the Knight of Cups. Or I'm really good at following the details of the plan. That's the Knight of Pentacles. And I'm really good at making sure that everybody's in line. Um, that's also really important. So yeah, just celebrate your individual archetypal differences while working together as a team. It's kind of beautiful. And I could never work with my dad, so props to you, man. Props to you. Yeah, your time of birth would help a lot. If you are on Telegram, you can message it to me on Telegram if you feel more comfortable with that. Give me your time. I can figure. Well, Taurus rising, I can get close. I've got the magic. Thank you. October 19. Okay, live astro demo. So I'll preface with this. Since I've never sat down, and this is for the audience as well, since I've never sat down with you, there's some other stuff that I would go over first before going into the transits. So typically how I would structure an astrology reading for somebody that's coming to me new, I'll bring up the chart, is sit down, talk a little bit, and kind of get a feel for, just kind of get a feel for you. Oh, that's fun. So I usually will sit down with a chart for a solid hour before I actually sit down with a person for the first time, and just kind of like look at it a little bit. Kind of like see what the structure is, what's kind of going on, and kind of just familiarize myself. I won't I used to when I first started write like pages and pages of notes, but I don't do that anymore because they're not helpful. They're actually they make it more complicated than it needs to be. Um, but anyway, so what I would do typically in a normal reading is I would sit down, I would talk about the ascendant, what that means, where Venus is, what Venus is doing, and her with Mars and all that fun stuff, and then kind of like I might talk about the aspects coming off that main chart ruler. If there's any planets in the first house, we talk about that. We talk about the sun, we talk about the moon, it's the basic building blocks of the chart, and then kind of like go from there. So if someone was coming to me with a specific problem, like, hey, I'm having relationship issues, then we would talk about Saturn and Sun in the same sign together, and we would also look, okay, where's Mars? And we would talk about Mars and what's going on with Mars. So this is a new experience for me, sitting down with somebody with a blind reading. So that's kind of fun. Okay. I want to bring it to Saturday. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. That's a huge pile up of stuff over here. That's interesting. Yep, so we would be talking about all of that. Okay, there's Saturday. Okay, so this since you're a Taurus rising, that means that this is the last lunar eclipse in your first house. So congratulations. Yay. I really feel like the closing out of this cycle is going to feel like finally closing an important chapter of probably some pretty major changes. It is happening right. Oh no, Pluto's over here. Okay, that's Sun, that's Saturn. Okay, so it's happening right on top of your Saturn. Okay, that's interesting. So hold on, let me zoom back out of here. Saturn, 6 degrees. Okay, yeah, so it's happening right on top of your Saturn. Okay, so that's kind of, I wouldn't say intense necessarily, but I would say it definitely adds some interesting flavor to the eclipse. So with that, if we were in a private reading, I would be asking some questions about like, hey, are you married? And like, what's going on in your relationship there? Because that's kind of like the first indication that that planet that is in the seventh house, that is the significator for marriages, is being activated by this eclipse. So I'd be curious to be like, what's going on with your partner? How are they doing? What's happening in their life? That kind of stuff. But anyway, what I would say right now in a public space without having the opportunity to sit down and actually talk with you is since the archetype of Saturn is being activated, I would say that this particular eclipse, the lunar eclipse, it's bringing in a major flavor of needing to take responsibility for stuff. And Saturn is so much deeper than just that word responsibility. It's just the first word that comes out usually. Structure, boundaries, sure, but also mysticism, and also melancholy and seeking out ideals even is a Saturnian thing, interestingly enough. You might associate it with Jupiter, but not so in ancient times. Okay, so anyway, sidetrack. So since it is highlighting Saturn in your chart, I would have some more questions for you since Saturn rules your 10th house and your 9th house. I'd be really curious, like, what's your relationship with religion or divination even? And how's your career going? Because the eclipse is lighting up the planet that rules those two places in your chart. So I'd be really curious, and this would be a really interesting conversation about like, first what I would want to know is like what kind of stuff has been changing and shifting for you in your personal life with the eclipses that have been going off. on this axis, because that would form a huge basis of the conversation, because that's the biggest thing that's happening right now is lunar eclipse, first house, major changes, right? Now, if you look at this from the Placidus point of view, from a quadrant house point of view, this is in the 12th house. Okay, so depending on how you've learned to look at your own chart, you might have different interpretations. But from the Hellenistic point of view, which is what I'm training in right now, that's still first house. But anyway, you could kind of view that as like, you might not feel the effects of the eclipse physically in your body, but you will definitely see stuff come up in your dreams or symbolically around you. So I would actually say, especially on Saturday, pay attention to what kind of symbols cross your path. If you happen to remember your dreams or you're a lucid dreamer, journal about them right away as soon as you wake up, the couple days leading up to and a couple days afterwards the eclipse. Also keep in mind that the specific events on that day, sometimes they're symbolic of what's going to play out over the next couple of weeks. But I personally find and have seen that the effects of an eclipse typically kind of play out over a couple of months. Like, not everything's going to happen on one day. So anyway, I'm really curious about that Saturn. I want to ask about Saturn so much. Oh, what's up, Andy? I'm intense in general. Okay. Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Oh man. You should tell us about it, Miss Mercury ruled person. Okay, so anyway, back to this. Yeah, I fucking bet you're intense, dude. That's a lot. Woo. Okay, so anyway, considering that Saturn is involved with the eclipse for you, all right, I would say that oh my god, there it is again. That scared the shit out of me. Stop. That's driving me nuts. Fuck, I got sidetracked. Yeah. So because Saturn's involved with the eclipse for you personally, a lot of my questioning actually would probably have to do with this stuff. Like, what are some of your beliefs that you've got going on right now that may have shifted in the last little while, and like, what are have you had any changes in the direction of your work, or are you becoming known for something different lately? You know, that sort of stuff. But anyway, yeah, so this is like you're closing a big chapter of change, and who knows, maybe the singleness stuff could change. That would require a much deeper dive into just other stuff that I just don't want to get into on what's supposed to be a quick was supposed to be a quick reading. It's never quick with me, okay? You guys should just know this. Taurus Sun, we don't go fast, all right? We go slow. Yeah, what else do I want to say about that? Yeah, talkative's good. Talkative's cool. Oh, thanks, JLo. So since Saturn has a lot to do with duality, okay, and exploring the nature of opposites, and we're talking about a full moon, which is an opposite, I wouldn't be surprised if this eclipse brought up just different scenarios where you realize where you're being contrary to everybody else, which again is not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, Saturn in the seventh house, you're gonna have different opinions from people, from a lot of different people, especially with it being like Saturn and Scorpio. So it's like you take the time to study and research into weird occult things, and because of that, because of that, Oh, your Mercury's right on top of Pluto too. Yeah, because of that, it's like you're gonna have a very different opinion from a lot of people, and that trait of yours might come up for a little bit of a review, or it might be presented to you like, "Hey, do you still want to be this way?" Or, or it might just be really helpful for you to pick and choose where that trade is advantageous and where it is not advantageous, and kind of just go from there. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm going into other some other readings for fun, so I'm still here. Dating is intense. Yeah, like casual dating. It was really not for. I mean, in today's day and age, definitely not. But what's kind of really cool about your chart in relationship to dating specifically is so your Venus, any partner that you get with is Mars, and it actually shows your chart actually shows Venus and Mars coming together. Right? They're conjunct. So most likely you will actually find somebody, but you have to be able to enjoy things together. Fifth house, there has to be some creative aspects to the relationship for it to work. And Moon in the second house and Jupiter in the eighth house are going to have a lot to say about that as well, in addition to Saturn and Sun. So, yeah, like if you wanted to talk relationships, we could talk relationships, and there's a lot in your chart that talks about relationships, um, that speaks to relationships, right? But yeah, 100%. There does need to be a deep spiritual connection, and quite likely Saturn in Scorpio is talking about the type of person that you would end up with eventually anyway, is somebody that is super deep and has like a disciplined study into possibly occult things, possibly just secretive or dark things. But maybe they keep it hidden because Saturn is invisible, right? So there's some really interesting symbolism there, and we could totally, yeah, exactly. It could happen tomorrow or Saturday. You never know. It can happen. But yeah, there's lots to say there on relationships, and yeah, thanks for playing. Um, yeah, you never know, especially in eclipse season. Okay, you never know. Magic could happen. I started dating somebody once on a lunar eclipse that happened to be a really intense lunar eclipse. It wasn't bad. It was fun. It was a good time. Okay. Yeah, you could meet someone at Bertaria or whatever the gathering is for you guys. I forget. Is it Bertaria? Did I get that right? I think so. I don't know. You never know. Anyway, you never know. All right, what's up, Nathan? Okay. Nicholas. Nick, do you want me to do? Yeah, JLo sat with me a couple of times. She loves rabbit holes, so I took her on some rabbit holes and it was fun. And then she took me on some rabbit holes and it was like, I couldn't handle it. Uh, oh man. Okay. Yeah, Nicholas, do you want cards or chart? Cards or charts? I don't remember what you said. And the chat's disappeared, so I don't know. Also, that's really cool. Oh, card. Okay, I'll do a card view. I found it. I found it. We got it. Yeah, Bertaria. Yeah, 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 yeah. JLo got some crazy rabbit holes. Okay, don't even mess with her either. She'll fuck you up. Oh, JLo, you're a rabbit. My boyfriend's a rabbit. I'm a goat, and he hates rabbit holes. He fucking hates it. He's like, shut the fuck up. I'm like, but I'm right. He's like, shh, I don't want to hear it. It's funny. It's so funny. Okay, Nicholas. And then JLo. Nicholas. Hey, how did your move go? Didn't you go through a big move? Tell me about that. Was it successful? Was it a good move? I think you were moving to get closer to family, if I remember. That's right. To Utah. Yeah. Psh. I remember things about people. Okay. Where. Bam. It was 1 year ago. That's awesome. I'm glad that it's been a good move then. Yes, Andy. Yes, you may. I did. Jess. I keep wanting to call Copper Cooper, but Copper. We're on Nicholas. Do JLo that. Perfect, that's 5. Yep, I'm down. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so Nicholas. We've got. Okay, this is kind of cool. We got a couple court cards again. So we got the 3 of Pentacles, all right? Middle decan of Capricorn. This card is talking about, well, it's Mars in Capricorn specifically, especially since you just got a deck with all of the things on it. I'm a talk about all of the things. So that's fucking beautiful. That's beautiful. That's really good to hear, buddy. I'm glad it's working out for you. Okay. So, 3 of Pentacles. This is the middle decan of Capricorn, where Mars is said to have the decan and Mars is exalted in Capricorn. This is about hard work, straight up. This is about teamwork. This is about understanding the value that each member of the team has and brings to the table. This is about creating something bigger and more beautiful than yourself with the efforts of everybody combined. This is about motivating people and getting people to put in the work, right? This is about both the destructive and the constructive process of putting down a solid foundation. First, you must dig. First, you must blow the building up or whatever, to get rid of the old stuff or to flatten it out to create the right surface for the building to go on. Then you need a solid plan. Well, you probably need a plan before you start blowing shit up. Just saying. But sometimes it can be fun to just go in and wreck shit first. But anyway, Mars and Capricorn, you're motivated to do the necessary work to create the proper solid foundation in order to create the long-lasting structure. That's the 3 of Pentacles. And then we got two different court cards. All right, we have a king and a queen, the King of Cups and the Queen of Swords. So interesting pairing. The King of Cups in some decks is said to be associated with Scorpio. I'm just gonna wreck it. Hell yeah, dude, that's me too. I'm like, fuck it. Fuck it, dominoes, let's go. Anyway, sorry. So the King of Cups is said to be associated with Scorpio. Primarily. The kings are, let me see if I remember this correctly. The last two, wait, hold on. I want to get this right. One Leo, two Scorpio. Hold up. I mean, it's not really important, but it is important. It does play into the symbolism of the card a little bit. I'm gonna pull out Old Trusty and just double check that. Just give me a second. But anyway, King of Cups. Oh, there he is. Oh, yeah. So one Libra, two Scorpio. Right. So why I love this deck. Oh, it's got some nice little symbolism right there. Bam, bam. So two Scorpio, one Libra. So the last decan of Libra, the first two decans of Scorpio. Okay. So anyway, that's the King of Cups. So very Scorpio in nature, but is very well aware of the importance of Libra. All right. It's got the last decan of Libra, the first two decans of Scorpio. So primarily Scorpionic in nature with a little bit of Libra, right? A little bit of the social niceties, a little bit of the ability to balance, a little bit of the charm and the grace that Libra comes with. But a lot of the ability for depth and the ability to heal. That's King of Cups to me. In this particular deck, which I love, he's very grounded. Right, he's in the middle of the ocean on the sides of the card. It's a little bit hard to see. There's a whale there, and there's like a red ship there. He's literally in the middle of the ocean, but he's grounded. Right, he's anchored to something. He's important to not important. He's able to access the deep. You know, he can feel his feels. He's not too manly of a man that he can't feel his emotions, but he's able to like keep it even keel. There can be chaos around him. The ship can be capsizing over yonder, but he's able to like keep it chill. Okay, very important. Because he understands the chaos and he understands the necessity of the chaos because he understands some of the Libra stuff. All right. Anyway, then we got the Queen, the counterpart. So that's interesting. I'm curious for you, Nicholas, if this is a representative of your mom, or another lady in your life. Not sure exactly, but anyway, Libra. She's primarily Libra, so she would be the first two decans of Libra. Okay, since King of Cups occupies the last decan of Libra. So first two decans of Libra and the last decan of Virgo. Yeah, that's the order. Is she actually a Libra? That's kind of wild. Anyway, so since this is primarily a Libran archetype, what we see with the Queen of Swords is that, well, I wouldn't describe her as cold. That's not the right word. But she can be if she needs to be. You know what I mean? Libra is ruled by Venus, all right? So there's a lot of the harmony, a lot of the beauty, a lot of the grace, a lot of the charm with Libra. But Saturn is exalted in Libra. If justice means cutting something off or being really decisive about something or putting down a solid boundary, she'll do it because that's Lady Justice, right? Shut the fuck up. Anyway, that's really cool. It's kind of neat that they came out like that, right? One after another, but in the opposite reversed order. So anyway, that's really cool. I'm really glad that you get to give your mom hugs every single day because that is beautiful. Not everybody gets to do that. And I think that this is highlighting how you can be different but still have some traits of the other. but also come together and complement each other in really beautiful ways, right? Which just kind of, I'm trying to bring it back to the first card here. I wonder who the third member of the team is, you know? Probably your boy, but yeah. So anyway, really beautiful reading, Nicholas. I am so happy that you dropped in, and I'm really glad to hear that you're doing good at your new place. And it looks like you are doing good because you've got some really cool support from a pretty solid figure, and it looks like you're doing some solid work, which is really important. And having a good support system is so important for raising children. So glad to see it, buddy. Aw, yeah. Sometimes the Libra archetype, people with Libra in their charts, they can struggle a little bit with boundaries because sometimes boundaries don't feel nice. Um, so I'm glad that you didn't get that from that part of it from her. So anyway, that's cool. Okay, J Lo sent me some crazy shit. What are we doing today, J Lo? Trying to take over the world. Okay. Uh, People pleasing. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Okay. What do we got? Oh, you sent date and time in Telegram. Okay. I promise it's me. Okay. Is this the other side of your human design chart thing? Yeah, dude. You're welcome. Alrighty. Birth chart. Doo -doo 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 -doo. One, 25. Oh, that's trippy. 52, 52. Interestingly enough, this, well, it's a free program, but this program won't let me put in seconds, only minutes. So I'm going to round it up to 53. And may the gods of astrology not smite me down. Same birthplace? Do I put in the same birthplace? Do I use New York? Okay. New York. JLo will throw down, okay? I'm so serious. She will fuck you up. I would never mess with that mama or that mama's kids. Ooh. Okay. Do you want me to look at the eclipse? The lunar eclipse in relation to this? Or what you want me to see, girl? So this is JLo's alter ego. Thank you, Andy. Okay, what we're looking at. Oh, the eclipse. Okay, lunar eclipse. Okay. Looking at too many screens at once. Okay. So the eclipse is squaring the sun of this chart. Well, the sun. Yeah, the eclipse is squaring the sun. Okay, so that's one thing that's interesting. It's right on top of the Uranus. But anyway, lunar eclipse is happening in the third house. Third house includes themes mostly associated with your local environment. Third house is the house of, what do they call it? Oh man, I'm drawing a blank. I should know. I should know what it's called, but I'm literally drawing a blank right now. Anyway, third house, the neighborhood, the hood. What's happening in the hood, JLo? Um, well, this is weird because it's not your birth chart. It's like an alternate birth chart for you. So it's kind of interesting trying to come up with interpretations for stuff because it's like it's not you, but it is you. So I'm really curious. Okay, so anyway, eclipse happening in the third house. That would mean that there's stuff happening around you in your local environment, right? That's the third house. It could mean transportation issues. It could mean stuff with your siblings, and actually, especially because you have a sibling that is in the church, is a pastor. I would not be surprised at all if you ended up needing to have a conversation with her around something to do with that. Um, Squaring the sun is really interesting. I mean, the sun is considered like your plot line, right? It's considered like the main kind of story arc of your life, right? So having an eclipse square it can sometimes mean like there's events that are kind of at cross purposes with your current trajectory, with the direction that you want to be going in to live up to your best self, basically. Um, but eclipses are not necessarily bad things, right? It's just that it's a reorientation, right? You're going one direction and maybe you need to change it up a little bit, or, I don't know. Maybe there's like something that you're learning through divination or about religion, and it's changing how you think about yourself, right? And a sun in the 12th house is really interesting. I know this is not the same as your natal chart, but sun in the 12th house, planets in the 12th house, because actually there's multiple planets in the 12th house. Sometimes it can be like we need to develop more of that planet, or sometimes it's like that planet's development is overblown and we need to calm it down a little bit. With the sun, it's often associated with ego, so it could be one or the other. It's usually one of the other extremes. Either it's like too much or not enough and we need to develop it more, or it's like we need to calm down a little bit. So anyway, having an eclipse square that point is kind of like it's helping you bring it back into balance from either extreme, whichever one it is. The lunar eclipse is at 5 degrees. 5 degrees and like 6 minutes, I think. Yeah. Um. Yeah. So anyway, this is definitely an interesting thought experiment. I think that you should journal really carefully, kind of what happens over the next, I don't know, couple of months, and just kind of see like if this was a useful exercise or not, because it is definitely interesting because it's not your chart, but it is kind of your chart. It's like a mirror of your chart. And actually, I want to look at something. I'm really curious if they just gave you. I don't think they gave you the antiskia, but no, they didn't. Did they give you the Contra Antiscia as a chart? That would be wild. All right, that's something we could talk about off air. Um, but yeah, okay. That was a fun thought experiment. Okay, Andy. Andy. Shit. Do I have your... Do I have your chart saved? Good question. Ah ha ha! You sent it to me anyway. Thank you. Okay. I did not. Oh, that'll be interesting. The lunar eclipse makes an exact conjunction with your progressed sun. Honestly, an eclipse on your sun isn't always, it's not the end of the world. Um and it's not something that you need to be afraid of. Just don't be stupid on that day, really. Don't be dumb. Um all right, 3. I did some really dumb things the last couple of years on eclipses and I knew better, but I still was okay at the end of the day. I might have a horseshoe or two up my butt though, so okay, boom. All right. And so this is the last one. And then I'm going to go. My chair is starting to get really uncomfortable, so it's about time. Let me just pull up the transit chart. Ooh. Okay. What do you mean you're sorry? And what happened? Alrighty. And yup. The next one will be in your rising. I don't want me to hurt you. Well, oh, my butt. Okay. Yeah. That's okay. I signed up for this. Ooh. Alrighty. Hold up. Let me just kind of like take that junk out. Don't know why I didn't do that earlier. Okay. Yeah. All right. So the first solar eclipse, bam. So your rising degree is pretty wild. Your rising degree is 21. You don't say. So that solar eclipse that we just had was bang on your descendant. So that's interesting. Now I know you're single, so I don't need to ask any questions about that. But okay. Okay, so just for your guys' sake, if I were sitting down with Andy in a private reading, that is one of the things that we would talk about. It's like, okay, yeah, that first solar eclipse was literally exactly conjunct the descendant. So I'd be like, okay, where are you in your relationships right now? And I already know Andy's single, but whatever. We would still talk about it, right? Because I don't know all the details, right? And it's um, that would be one of the main topics. And the next eclipses will all be in this axis, this first seventh house axis. So again, really great example of somebody being like, hey, can you look at my chart? And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, this is kind of intense. um but yeah, so this next period, basically, as we transition into the Aries Libra axis of eclipses, will be really interesting, because you're going to be really, really working on self-development when they're in Aries, and like, what are my needs? How do I fill my needs? What is my identity outside of, the things that I do, or the things that mm, I don't know how much you want me to say, so I'm just gonna shut the fuck up. Outside of the things that I do, and the other responsibilities of my life, who is Andy? Who is Andy Crone, and what does that mean to me? And then how do I perform in relationships? Now, the seventh house is not only the house of marriage, and I think that's really important. I know that I harp on this a lot, but I gotta say it. It's not just about marriage. And it's not even just about business partners either. This is something I've learned only recently. Thank you, Adam Ellenboss. The seventh house in traditional literature is not just spouse or business partners. It is so much more than that. It is a place of endings, of completion, of consummation, right? Thus, it is also tied with marriage and sex, because the act of consummating the marriage is the thing that actually seals it and binds it. It is the house of pleasure, actually. It's where the sun sets. Where the sun sets. So what do you do when the sun sets? Usually you've already had a meal to eat, and you go and you enjoy a little bit of life in the darkness, right? Concerts are always at night. The best time to go see a movie is always at night. That's when you go and you enjoy pleasurable time with other people. Okay, so the seventh house is not just marriages. It represents a lot more than that. So when you have eclipses on this axis, it really brings to the forefront the question of, hey, what do you do to actually enjoy yourself? What do you do to maintain your body's health and your own personal sense of identity and all of that stuff? But also, what do you do for pleasure in your downtime with people in social settings? Do you do anything? Right? And like, how do you conduct yourself in those situations, right? What do you bring to the table in those interactions? Not just in a romantic sense, but in a friendly sense as well. So there's more to look at there. But anyway, that's kind of like the main gist of them moving into this axis. This lunar eclipse, and of course the eclipses of the last year or so, have been in your second 8 axis, which of course, as you guys know, is very tightly associated with resources, right? Not just money, but all kinds of resources. So I guess with this kind of being the last lunar eclipse in Taurus, I would ask, like, hey, what are your inventory levels of different things? Are there anything that you've been holding on to that you haven't gotten rid of yet? Which would be a shocker considering the amount of crazy eclipses we've had in the Scorpio Taurus axis. But is there anything that you still need to get rid of that you've been holding on to? And similar advice to what I said during the live stream, which I know you didn't tune in for, but that's okay. I'll just repeat it. It wouldn't be a bad idea to sit down with somebody. Jupiter's here after all, to sit down with somebody that has some like really solid professional experience going over finances and just help you structure or restructure stuff, because this has probably been a kind of a crazy period as far as like getting paid and different expenses and different obligations with other people are concerned. So use Jupiter to your advantage, right? An eclipse is one thing, but Jupiter in the same sign of the eclipse actually really helps. So use that to your advantage. Go and sit down with somebody, be like, hey, like I've actually been watching this show. Um, I love it. It's Caleb Hammer. He does financial audits with people, so he sits down and he looks at all of their finances and like gives them a plan for how to fix what they've fucked up. Not everybody is in like a really stupid situation, but some people are. He's like, okay, here's a plan for you how to fix this. Also, what the fuck? And it's really helpful. Every time I watch him, I put a little bit away into my emergency fund. I'm like, thank you, Caleb, and I put a bit away. But seriously, sitting down with somebody to help you kind of figure some stuff out and get a solid plan will be really beneficial going forward, especially considering Venus is currently in Virgo. You know, it's all about getting really detail oriented. It's not the best position for Venus, so this eclipse is like, you know, there's some good and there's some not so good, but it's gonna essentially it's gonna feel like a little bit of extra work. Venus is in the sixth house after all, the house of toil and hard work and serious effort, and not necessarily seeing the results right away, which is pretty much everything with finances. You don't see the results right away. You see them cumulatively, if I can even say words today, over time. Things build or don't build, you know, depending on what you do with it. So that's really what I would be focusing on with this and what I would do. Dang it, you got me. Yeah, I love you, dude. Oh, fuck. I'm just catching up to the chat now. You guys are hilarious. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. So, hold on. Whew. Oh, juicy. 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 Yeah, that's fun. Okay. So, what I learning with Kaylee. This is my favorite section. Okay. What I've learned sitting down and taking courses with Adam Ellenboss, the house meanings, okay, are yes, the resource of time. Time is definitely a resource and it is finite. So 100%. Just learning how to fucking manage, just time management is huge. Okay, so anyway, houses. What I've learned, the meaning of the houses are not the same as the meaning of the signs. So in modern astrology, this came about because we didn't have access to the fair enough, so juicy and a little bit out to lunch. Oh, Pisces and your pocket dimensions, fuck. Okay, anyway, modern astrology created this system where the first house is Aries, is Mars. And it worked and it simplified things, which was great, and it still works. But it was created because we didn't have access to some of the older texts that actually talked about the creation of the houses and why each house means a certain thing. So what's happened since the early 90s is essentially in 90, I forget, 92, 93 or something like that, a project was created called Project Hindsight, where they collected a bunch of texts that different academic scholars had gathered up, but had neglected translating because they were astrology, and they're like, nah, well, astrology's not important. We don't need to translate those. So some astrologers got together and were like, we need to translate those, and started translating these old texts that had never been put into English before. These old Greek texts, these old Latin texts, these old Hebrew texts, these old Arabic texts. So started bringing them into English and then like translating them and refining the translations, and then but it was a multiple team effort. It wasn't just one guy. So what we've discovered since then is that the houses are not Aries equals the first house. The houses are more dependent upon what the sun is doing and what the planets are doing at that time of day when they're in that house. So when it comes to the seventh house, as I was talking about, what is happening when the sun makes it to the seventh house? It's the end of the day. It's almost nighttime. You're completing the day. So a lot of the meanings of the houses actually come from what the planets are doing in that moment, right? So anyway, super fascinating stuff. It's mind-boggling, and it's so funny because it's like um that statement though. Uh, it's so fascinating and it's really interesting, and it's made me have to like re-look at a lot of stuff that I've learned, especially from the modern astrology viewpoint, which again isn't wrong, right? Once you've got a system, if you're using that system and it's working for you, that's fucking great. Stay with that system and it'll continue to give you results. I'm really interested in finding out what astrology was before the New Age movement got its fucking hands on it. Thus, I'm studying Hellenistic astrology. So anyway, and I'm finding out so much. Like, I love old shit, but I've got like a ton of Capricorn stuff. So I really love old shit. Yeah. So yeah, anyway, thank you guys for hanging out. Good luck this eclipse season. Like I said, lunar eclipse probably won't be as gnarly as the solar eclipse. That was pretty insane. I'm really sorry I wasn't here to talk about the solar eclipse, but making efforts to be here again from now on, back to my usual jam. And yeah, my butt hurts, so I gotta go. I've been sitting too long in this chair. Okay, peace out. See you later. Thanks for hanging out with me. And yeah, bye bye. Oh, okay, before I OG Western. And actually, I originally started with Vedic, and then I was like, there's a lot of cultural differences and I'm having issues with this. So then went to modern, and then it was like, it's too new agey, I don't like it. And then found people doing Hellenistic, and I was like, oh, yeah. Okay, so anyway. They actually were not, but that's another conversation for another time. Okay, bye!